kausap ni...
George.
Pero appointed talaga siya.
Meron na po. Meron na po yung manispa.
Ano po, imposible ko lang ginawa niya si Paul.
Oo nga eh. Nagtataka ako.
Asan na ginawa niya si Paul?
Sana. Titignan ko nga ngayon sir.
Dami mo naman dala.
Ba't ang dami mong dala, sir? Yung dinadala ko sa iyo, mga pinadala mo sa dami. Kulang pa. Ano pwedeng advance na punta natin?
Well, that's what we want. But I'm sure we will be outvoted.
Hindi si Senado, pabor sa inyo eh.
Oo, tingnan natin. Magkakatayaw.
So, pag hindi mo po, suspended muna ang proceedings.
Ewan ko kung kaya. Basta ko na. Ang problema, the minority is so small. Si Bebot ang sinabi ko na alternate lang ako ni Bebot. Even though I'm the one who designates. Isa lang ang pwede sa amin eh. Mathematically.
Ilan ba si Senado? Yung COCs hindi din. Duterte yun.
Ayos siya.
Siyempre, papayag yun. Siyempre, dami sa President.
Sabihan.
Oka. Kumusta si Manny?
Ikaw ba, are you still up with your usual fire?
Tingnan natin. Maraming sakit niya. Ang ganda ng katawan niya. Last na pagkita niya. Ay, Rufus. Ano, panalo ka na Mayor? Panalo ka?
Ano, you'll be appearing for...
Kabisado.
Tayo na appearance.
Basta dyan lang kayo ha. Pag nawala kami dito.
Yung amo ko.
Pantatin. Secretary. Kami talaga, kasi I told him before, we were appearing in court, you know.
Lalagyan na namin ng record. Nagbawas na.
Yan, saan mo nilagay? Ito yan, no? 2016 CCS yung ginawa natin.
Ayan na lang may nakalagay na by region. By transmission with region. Ayan. Center mo kayo.
Si Sir Bon dito. Kulang. Sir, para ano? Gusto ko pisado eh.
Set print area mo na.
Yun.
Gusto nyo lagyan ng ganda po dapat.
Sige sir, para lang naman sa atin yan eh. Guide lang
Sample lang
natin
naman,
yan.
sample eh. Made na.
Sobra ba?
Click mo lang daw, set print area mo na lang.
Ano natin?
Go.
Kapag titipan.
Yung dati ba, Grace? Gaano katagal isang probinsya? Depende. Pero mga 5 to 10 minutes na. So, maayos natin yun kung saan kami may ano. Grace, kakanta ka ba? Kakanta ka?
Ay, by ano, by arrival pala yung tatawag.
CCS, di ba? CCS. Ang dami lang.
Para kay Sir Boss, siya rin diba?
Save nyo na to. Save nyo na to. Sa 2022, pinipindot na lang ang tapos mo.
Kasama yung mga tao.
Kaya dati, panay board pa yung mga paligid dito dati.
Susulatan na.
Susunatan. Susunod, kung mga ano yan, pipindot na lang sa ikot na yan. Kailangan nyo pa to?
Save mo. Save mo. Save mo.
Ito mga to?
Save mo.
Ito ba yan? House? Version 1?
Yan. Sabay sa atin.
Ano to? Version 1?
Yan.
Kasi nasa recovery disk, nasa recovery file.
Save.
Yan po yung sinend sa akin yan.
X ko na lang lahat.
Sinend sa akin ni Hysen sa email ko na.
Ito.
Yan, save.
Ito, save.
Dahil lang sir ano ko lang, install ko pa yung isang page.
Number 6 na yung piling na.
Hindi naman makikita. Hindi naman makikita ang sumusubo kasi gano'n.
Ito po yung nilista natin. Ano lang sa atin? Meron din ba kayo? Ito po yung ginawa kasi natin. Dito sa Excel. Meron na kayo pinadala. Yung kasunod yung ito po. Meron na rin sila. Ito po ba yun?
Yun yung order natin ngayon. Susunod na tayo. Ay, wala eh. Hindi, wala silang Excel file naman. Hindi kaya wala silang Excel file para yung
Pinili.
copy na lang natin. Pero yun yung ano nila.
Potential.
Gusto mo yun natin.
Hindi, para sa quality. I-paste na lang natin. Hindi, yung lima naman na yun, nasa ano eh. Nasa CCS na yun. Isa na lang yung wala sa CCS, yung Russia. Hindi, yun lang. Yun lang. Yeah, nasa CCS na yun. Wala sa CCS. Wala sa ano. So, isa lang yung wala sa CCS na wala sa akin. Ukraine.
Kasama tayo.
Wala mo. Meron pang Ukraine. Ah, Russia. Hindi, sabi. Ah, yun yung Russia.
Hindi na ako kaya tamakbo.
Pupunta na po ata sa Nelson. Apa sir? Yan, ano ba nyo na dito? Yan. Oh, nasa ang
Pero yung CCS,
Oh, CCS lang yan. CCS lang yan. Yung disc,
order of arrival to ah.
no, 120. Ilang mo pa sa'yo?
Yan.
120. Test natin yung printer mo. 120.
Kailangan mag-default mo lang.
Para yung substitute sa ANP natin.
Sa episode ng Sana? Saan tayo?
Kasi dapat
Sa gitna? Hindi na dito?
Tapos lagyan papel. Ang papel. Papel.
sobrang dami.
Init.
Naging low.
Marami na siguro na press.
Epson.
Print kami nito.
Bakit bas ganito? Bakit hindi nakaayos? Ang pangit. Nagpilit. Ano yan?
Nag-iinit lang.
Di ba Grace nung tinitingnan natin, may nakikita kang word na valid, invalid eh. Di ba doon sa mga may valid, tapos may invalid. Hindi. Ano, valid, pag valid siya, okay. Okay na.
Kasi maliit na yung papel na nandun, para pang receipt lang. Oo, pang ano nila dito. Windows 10 kasi hindi nagagawa sa atin. Basta niya may logo nila yung channel na yun. Sama yun. Alam mo naman kung saan nakatago yun. Ako sa mga matagal. Napagamit. Ano ba yan? Sila? Si...
dito na rin display. Ano? George, ano? Yeah.
Honeymoon. Gagawa ng mundo ng baby.
Si Amora.
Kaya ito, pinulate na ko ng baby. You should not be fighting.
Okay naman yung pag ginawa na yun?
Hindi, yung chairman ng COCs. Yung mga sa mga corrections may we call it correction. We convene at the board.
minister ang gagawin mo.
So para dito, magpupunta siya rin pa. Siya pa rin tatanungin ko rin.
Kasala sa kanila. Congressman, nahanap na kita eh. Sabi ko, pastulo, ano pa.
Nag-iisip pa sa nakikita na. Landbank, diba?
Hindi ako makapolitika kasi may trabaho ako eh.
Anyway,
Trabaho ako kasi it will keep it chill down for the next year.
Kailangan mo yan. Sige ka.
Hindi ko naman nakakusap.
Ano po, concentrate ka muna sa taskatan.
Gigs, long time no see.
Uy! Hey guys! Sige sir,
Tatayo kami.
Kitang-kita pa din. Tatalong sa dito. Labas ng kulay pula sa amin.
Aliw na ang sarili namin. Mamaya tatayo kami dun sa sakit sa walang. Diba?
Magandang hapon po. Good afternoon. On the part of the Senate, the Joint Committee is called to order.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the Joint Committee is called to order.
The Senate panel, the Senate Chair makes of record the presence of Senator Sergio Osmeña, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Vicente Soto, and Minority Leader Senator Juan Ponce Enrile.
On the part of the House, may we make it of record the presence of the following members of the House panel: the Honorable Barzaga, the Honorable Kimbo, the Honorable Omali, the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, the Honorable Andaya, and for the minority, the Honorable Bello.
Okay, so welcome to day one of the canvassing of votes for President and Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines. We are all experienced lawyers here. We know why we are here, and we know the purpose of this joint canvassing panel. We also know the extent of the powers, or actually the limited grant of powers given to this joint canvassing panel. So if we are ready to proceed, Mr. Chairman? Ready? Okay, so can we ask the Secretariat now to read for the record the counsel of the presidential and vice presidential candidates who have entered formally their appearance in our proceedings. Secretariat, please. Secretary Yabes. Secretary
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, ladies and gentlemen, as I read the names, may I ask the lawyers to please rise. The lawyers for the presidential candidates. Lawyer for Binay Jojo Una. Attorney Jose Julius R. Castro. Lawyers for presidential candidate Defensor Santiago Miriam, PRP. Attorney Regina Morpi Tenorio. Thank you. Lawyer for presidential candidate Duterte Rudy, PDP Laban. Attorney Vitaliano N. Aguirre II. Attorney Alberto Agra. Thank you. Lawyer for presidential candidate Po Grace, Independent. Attorney Mary Grace P. Mendoza. Thank you. Attorney Hubert B. Guevara. Thank you. For presidential candidate Rojas Mar Daang Matuwid LP, Attorney Edgardo Carlo L. Vistan II, Attorney Maria Bernadette V. Sardillo. Thank you.
Lawyers for the vice presidential candidate. For vice presidential candidate Cayetano Alan Peter, Independent. Attorney Alfred S. Jacinto. Attorney John Jericho Balisnomo. For vice presidential candidate Escudero Cheese, Independent. Attorney George V. Sarmiento. Attorney Roberto Rafael V. Lucila. For vice presidential candidate Marcos Bongbong, Independent. Attorney George Erwin M. Garcia. Attorney Didagen P. Dilangalen. For vice presidential candidate Robredo Lenny Daang Matuwid. Attorney Romulo B. Macalintal Jr. Attorney Leila M. De Lima. No formal appearances have been entered for vice presidential candidates Honasan Gringo of UNA and Antonio Trillanes, the fourth Independent.
Mr. Chairman, I am not a junior.
We shall now start canvassing the electronically transmitted certificates of canvass. The consolidation and canvassing system operators are directed to generate a copy of the electronically transmitted certificate of canvass from the consolidation and canvassing system from Davao del Sur.
We are proceeding with the canvass now. Davao del Sur.
Mr. Chairman, may I be given the floor?
Yes, Attorney Dilangalen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senator Ferdinand Bongbong R. Marcos Jr. congratulates President Rodrigo Duterte for his landslide victory in the recently concluded presidential election. All his rivals have so graciously conceded. In view of this, it is but legal, fitting, and proper that the votes for President be immediately canvassed and approved by the Joint Commission of Congress, so that we can immediately proclaim the election of the Honorable Rodrigo Duterte as the next President of the Republic of the Philippines. Thereafter, we should proceed with the same dispatch with the canvassing of the votes for Vice President. For obvious reasons, we cannot proceed in the Vice President canvass as fast as we would like to do in the Presidential canvass. The Vice Presidential position is tightly and hotly contested. We all should proceed with caution and examine each certificate of canvass, both electronically transmitted and manually transmitted. Separate canvassing of the presidential and vice presidential votes is not only prudent and appropriate, it is likewise perfectly legal. While there was only one automated election process, one electronic counting, and one consolidation and canvassing process in each city, municipality, and province, several certificates of canvass were generated by the canvassing and consolidation system machines. For the national positions, 4 certificates of canvass were generated and then later on printed and transmitted by the CCS machines. They are the following: COC for party list, COC for senators, COC for vice president, and COC for president. Let us examine the COC for the province of Pangasinan. For the national position of president, vice president, senators, and party list.
Excuse me, Attorney Dilangalen, we will proceed on a per COC basis. I will treat your previous statements as your opening statement in lieu of my own opening statement. So I gave you my time. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the rule says I could be extended for another 3 minutes, so I move for an extension of another 3 minutes to finish my statement.
Actually, we don't have a rule for an opening statement of counsel, Attorney Dilangalen. I gave you my time, but maybe, well, sir, when you mention Pangasinan, when we reach Pangasinan, sir, we will give you your 3 minutes.
If that is the case, Mr. Chairman, I move that we canvass separately the votes for president so that we could proclaim immediately the winning candidate. After all, the presidential candidates have graciously conceded in favor of winning candidate Mayor Rodrigo Duterte of Davao City.
Mr. Chairman, may I just remind the distinguished gentleman, the Honorable Dilangalen, that only members of this panel can properly raise a motion, Ms. Speaker. And we are just following what is provided for by the Constitution and under our rules that we shall canvass in accordance with what is tasked us by the rules adopted by both houses of Congress yesterday. So can we now proceed, Mrs. Chairman, insofar as in accordance with our rules,
if Your Honor,
for
please.
the electronically transmitted certificate of canvass, and the time and the gentleman will be recognized should there be an observation or objection that he will make at the proper time for a particular COC.
If Your Honor, please, there is no prohibition under the Constitution that there should be a separate canvassing for presidential votes. There is no prohibition. This is a gray area, Mr. Chairman. So that is why I move for separate canvassing of presidential votes so that we could proclaim immediately Mayor Rodrigo Duterte of Davao City as the next president of the Republic of the
I'm
Philippines.
afraid, Mr. Chairman, that we cannot do that without going through the respective COC as mandated by the Constitution. And as I've said, we cannot recognize your motion because you're not a member of this committee. We, at best, we can only make that, although inappropriately, as your manifestation, because the time, may we remind the lawyers here that your time for recognition will be at the time that we will present the particular COC. This is not debatable, and may we direct both counsel to take their respective seats, because we are in the process of canvassing the votes in accordance with the Constitution and the mandate given to us by our laws. Otherwise, we will be forced, if the respective council will not take their seat, then we will be forced to direct our respective Secretary General to force you to take your respective seats. Can you please take your respective seat? Because this is not the proper time for you to make any manifestation.
If Your Honor, please.
As I have said, this is not the proper time for you to make the manifestation. Can you please take your respective seats?
So we were at the point of canvassing now the electronically transmitted provincial certificate of canvass from the province of Davao del Sur. Plenary pages are directed to bring to the center table the corresponding ballot box from the province of Davao del Sur, and the House Secretary General and the Senate Secretary are likewise directed to open the same. Yan. The House Secretary General and the Senate Secretary are directed to make of record their observations as well as all of the actions that they are taking.
Your Honors, can we make a manifestation, please, to allow councils to observe the taking of the information and opening of the ballot box? Can we request as council?
Can you not see what you're doing from your places?
There are serial numbers there, Your Honors, that are not clear to the naked eye from this point of view. If we can kindly request, it's up to
serial
the
numbers of the documents
of the seals, Your Honors, and other nuances of the ballot box, if it is okay. Hey, if you can, we can move it here, Your Honors, and we can just line up here. Yun.
Here's the ballot box. The marking says COC -038 Davao del Sur. It has a plastic metal seal, COMELEC 0473929 with one padlock. I already announced it. The self-locking seal and the serial number 047. We shall now proceed to open to cut first this plastic seal and open the padlock with the key that is attached to it. And inside, we see a bunch of documents. Brown envelope.
Lahat po ba i-describe natin? Lahat po i-describe. With the COC lang ata. PRs po ito eh.
Na, i-describe natin para ako.
Basta ma'am, ipalapag dito ha, kasi kami muna mag-examine ha.
Tulungan niyo si Lucet. Tulungan niyo. Pero ba, yan. Let them. Lahat ng laman. Just na pagkatabi ito. These are, I'm now describing this.
These are fifth copies. These are all fifth copies. These are all fifth copies.
No, but I'll describe it anyway. I'll now describe the different envelopes contained inside. There is a brown envelope with serial number 0263, paper sealed, number 0163877, signed by Chairman Paul Clerk, third member. Another sealed brown envelope, serial number 0259, paper sealed, number 1063687, signed Chairman Paul Clerk, third member, and Tamark appearing on the
This is a COC from the city municipality. Matunaw. City Matunaw. Sir, certificate of canvas.
there is an indication that it contains the certificate of canvass of votes from Matanao, Davao del Sur. We have another brown envelope, serial number 0256, indicating fifth copy. But I will describe anyway this paper sealed 0163584, signed by these three, and it comes from Kildawan. Fifth copy, serial number, another envelope, serial number 0261, paper sealed 016387 from Santa Cruz. Serial number, brown envelope, serial number 0257.
Sir, sama-sama po sa
I'm describing the content. Paper sealed 016368 from Magsaysay. And there is a brown envelope on its side. It says Hagonoy COC. It's not sealed. And there is a bunch of documents here. Hagonoy Davao del Sur ER. Another bunch, Bausalan. Yes, I'm describing the contents.
Yes, sir. Isa-isa
Yes.
po mga sir.
Oh. The other envelope says ER, Digo City. Another bunch of documents says election, Magsaysay, Davao del Sur, election returns. Another bunch of documents say Kiblawan. And another one, bunch says Santa Cruz. And another brown envelope here states that it's a serial number 0254. No paper seal, but we have signatures here of 1, 2, 3 signatures and 3 thumb marks, and it says Bansalan. And another brown envelope, ER for Congress, Matanaw, Davao del Sur. These are all, Your Honors, the contents of this ballot box that I have just described.
We are now describing the second box presented to it bears the markings COC 038-A, Davao del Sur. It has 2 self-locking locks. We will now proceed to cut the self-locking locks. The first self-locking lock bears the number COMELEC 0473932.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
We are now proceeding to break the second self-locking lock. It bears the number.
Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, Attorney Yap. Let's hear out what's the point of Attorney Dilangalen. Yes, sir. The chairman is interested to know what you want to say.
What are the secret markings of the COC? Because what are the secret markings of the COC? Hindi pa ba nabuksan yan?
Tapusin po natin and then we will raise it once we have located the provincial COC.
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Attorney Dilangalen. Continue, Attorney Yap. Yes, sir.
We will now be breaking the second self-locking lock. Lock. We have it bears the number COMELEC 0063188. We are now opening the box. There is no lock of the box inside the box. We will now open the box, and we will now be bringing out the envelopes. Labas mo, darling. Labas mo. The box contains 2 brown envelopes. The first envelope bears the marking serial number 0258, purportedly containing certificate of canvass of votes with paper seal number 0163672. The paper seal is open. And the other brown envelope bears the serial number 0041. It purportedly contains the certificate of canvass of votes by the Provincial Board of Canvassers. And it bears the paper seal number 02268856. It is signed, both the paper seals of both brown envelopes bears the signature of the chairperson, the poll clerk, and the third member. And the brown envelope themselves bear the thumb marks and the signatures of the chairman, vice chairman, and the secretary of the board. There is another brown envelope which has written markings of Padada COC. It is not sealed, it is open. There are also sets of smaller brown envelopes containing all paper sealed. It's all of them are purportedly from Padada, Davao Sur. And then the other one, same thing, from Malalag. This one, which is bound with a paper sheet containing a listing of, it says envelopes containing election returns, copies for Congress for various barangays in Davao Sur. Okay. So we are waiting for the instructions of in regard to, do we open them already, sir?
May we direct the Secretary General to separate the COC, the provincial COC, which will be compared later on with the electronically transmitted results?
Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry. Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry. I have an inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
May we know what is the
First
inquiry?
copy for Congress.
What is the first COC? From what province was the first COC? What is the province where the first COC was received by the...
As reported, this is the first electronically transmitted, but with the Davao del Sur, and we are in the process of opening the manually transmitted COC from Davao del Sur, so that later on, in accordance with our rules, we'll be able to compare it with the electronically transmitted result.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So may we direct the secretaries to clear the table and just to leave the provincial COC, so that later on we can, in accordance with our rules, compare it with the electronically transmitted result. I mean, we direct the CCS operator to print the certificate of canvas from Davao del Sur.
And the chair is directing the House Secretary General to open the envelope purporting to contain the provincial certificate of canvass of the province of Davao del Sur, and make of record all your actions, ma'am.
We are now breaking the paper seal. I repeat, paper seal number 022656856. It is signed by the chairman, the members of the board, and the third member, the provincial prosecutor and the third member, all three members. Inside are documents. Can I read them already? General description. We have the first document. It bears the title Provincial Certificate of Canvass, CEF number 21, from the province of Davao del Sur, for president, containing the names of the candidates for president of the Philippines, with the number of votes garnered and the percentage of votes and their ranking. That is the first document. The second document is Provincial Certificate of Canvass, CF number 21. It bears the names of candidates for Vice President of the Philippines, including the votes they garnered, the percentage of votes, and then their ranking, respective rankings. The third document is Provincial Certificate of Canvass, CEF number 21. It bears the names of candidates for senator with the votes garnered and percentage of votes garnered. 100. Senator, yeah. Then Provincial Certificate of Canvass number 21 for party list candidates with votes garnered and percentage of votes. Provincial Certificate of Canvass, the next one, CF number 21, also part of the list for the Governor of Davao del Sur. Provincial Certificate of Canvass, CF number 21 for candidates for member of House of Representatives Davao del Sur, and Provincial Certificate of Canvass number 21 for Sangguniang Panlalawigan Davao del Sur members.
Tayo muna, members muna. Okay, so now on the two tables are the printouts of the electronically transmitted provincial COCs of Davao del Sur, and as well as the physically delivered provincial COCs. Now is the time now for the members of the canvassing committees to examine, please. It's our time before we let the lawyers examine. Okay, so let's organize our data. Okay, so okay, this is one set. So actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Five. Four are identical. No, five transmit. Okay, so okay, 1, 2. Okay, sige, okay.
Ito, provincial, ito yung canvas.
Ito.
This is from the Pasay. So ito yung you're comparing to the electronic.
Okay, so.
And all of this.
The chair would like to make of record his observations. On the physically delivered provincial certificate of canvass, we have one copy for candidates for President of the Philippines, signed and thumb marked by the members and chair of the Provincial Board of Canvassers, and one copy of the Provincial Certificate of Canvass for Vice Presidential candidates, signed and thumb marked by the chair and members of the Provincial Board of Canvassers for the physically delivered. However, for the electronically transmitted provincial certificates of canvass, the chair notes that the CCS operators, when they were instructed to print out the transmissions, printed out 5 copies, therefore signifying that there were actually 5 transmissions received by our CCS server. And I have noticed that of the 5 certificates of canvass electronically transmitted and printed, 4 contain exactly the same figures. 1 is different. Same for, and the observation, the situation is the same for the president and for the vice president. And the 4 certificates of canvass with exactly the same figures match the figures. Double check lang to. Match the figures also exactly of the physically delivered provincial certificate of canvass. Okay? For the president, which I am doing now, and I'm doing this time for the vice president, I make the same observation. Yeah. Okay, so that's the observation of the chair. And any observations from the other members before we let the lawyers, sir, examine and make their own observations? Okay. So, okay, now is the time for the lawyers to examine the documents. Please assist them because they are not supposed to touch the documents. We are permitted to touch. And please be careful of your ball pens and pencils, sir.
These COCs as delivered, as the mark, secret markings. And it's only the color that can reveal the success.
Hindi, huwag kong hiwalayan.
Picture, no? Itong mga to. Tingin ko para mas mabilis.
Yung printed siguro, sir.
Baka pwedeng kailangan dalawa. Electronically transmitted, saka yung information.
Hindi daw kaya. Sana nila makita yung monitor.
We want to be sure that what we are canvassing for purposes of determining the authenticity of the CCS copy electronically, the manually transmitted, for the original. We are represented the paper just because it came from the BPS, it's already authentic. What are the secret margins of that document? This document, the manually transmitted.
Wala sila. Wala.
Ang criminal determined. Diba? Hindi ko sabihin sir, ikaw pili ako sa kanila.
Oh, yun. And due execution.
This document is first
So, okay, now it's the lawyers' time to make their comments and observations, objections, if any, within 3 minutes, and only one counsel per candidate, please.
Yes. Mr. Chairman.
We start with the presidential candidates.
Yes. Magandang hapon po. And with the permission of our lead counsel, Attorney Aguirre, I'd like to make this manifestation. Considering that there is no discrepancy between the 4 copies of the electorally transmitted COC as printed by the CCS with the physically delivered COC, we therefore move and request the inclusion of the COC for Davao del Sur, inclusion for canvass of the COC for Davao del Sur, for the position of President, Your Honors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have here a question. What are the secret markings of the COCs manually delivered by the Provincial Board of Canvassers? How can we be sure that the same is authentic? It is not enough that the two documents, the manually delivered COC and the electronically delivered COC or transmitted COC, will match. Remember, Mr. Chairman, it is the duty of the Board of Canvassers to determine the authenticity and due execution of the documents in accordance with law. So that's my question. What are the security markings of the COCs manually delivered by the Provincial Board of Canvassers?
Sir, Attorney Macalintal is raising his hand, please.
Your Honor, please, for Representative Lenny Robredo. The questions being propounded by the counsel for Mr. Bongbong Marcos is not proper, with due respect, before the Honorable Board. In canvass proceedings, the duties and functions of a lawyer is to object or allow the inclusion of an election return or the certificate of canvass. If ever there are issues pertaining to the secret markings or other matters pertaining to the certificate of canvass, then it should be manifested as a form of objection. If he believes that the secret marks are not contained in the documents being canvassed, then it's the duty of the lawyer to show that his copy of the certificate of canvass is not the same as being canvassed now by the board. In other words, the law specifically provides, Your Honors, for the procedure in which a certificate of canvass could be determined whether it is authentic or not authentic. As a matter of fact, even under the Constitution, the function of the Honorable Board now is to determine if the certificate of canvass was duly executed or is an authentic document in a manner provided for by law. And what is the manner provided for by law? These are well explained under Section 30 of Republic Act 7166 and Section 30 of Republic Act 8436, or the Automated Election Law as amended by Republic Act 9369. So, may I request, Your Honors, that if a counsel would approach the microphone, the counsel should be limited to a manifestation as to whether or not he is for the inclusion or exclusion of the certificate of canvass. That is the only duty of a lawyer, Your Honors.
Thank you. Any other counsel of the other candidates, please? Okay, no more. So what is the motion, Attorney Langalin?
If Your Honor, please, how could we be sure that the same is authentic when we do not know the secret markings?
I'm looking at the members of the Senate panel, and I think no one is questioning the authenticity of the documents that they have seen. So if there is no motion from the Senate panel, I don't think I need to entertain such a thought, Attorney Langalin.
You know, Mr. Chairman, under this COC, our client is winning overwhelmingly. But we have to be very sure that the same is authentic. The manually transmitted COC as transmitted by the as delivered by the PBOC is authentic. Because under the Constitution, it is the duty of the Board of Canvassers, it is the duty of Congress to determine the due execution and authenticity of COCs in accordance with in the manner provided by law.
Yes, sir, we know our duty, and I'm looking at the members of the Senate panel. There is no motion to defer it. There's no doubt of its genuineness. So can you phrase your motion or objection so we can act on it? What is the motion, sir? To defer?
We are not for the deferment, Your Honor.
So there's no objection in that sense. The chair makes of record the presence of Senator Recto, Senator Ejercito, and Senator Gingona. So there being no... Attorney Guevara, please. Pabalik ko naman si Makat.
Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. I'd just like to make a manifestation, Your Honors, that all the COCs here were generated from a server. The server has its own source code, and the source code has its hash code. If you notice, all the COCs that are here in front of us have similar hash codes. I just don't have my glasses with you right now, but I'd just like to make one manifestation that any deviation in the hash code generated from the source code will cast a doubt on the COC. That's all. Thank you.
Did you notice a deviation?
There's no deviation as so far as the COCs are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, please. I just want to clarify the motion of Mr. Dilangalen is to defer the canvas.
No, he did not move. He did not move anymore. He did not move.
So
there's no motion, Panyero.
Okay. So then we now make our manifestation insofar as the certificate of canvas is concerned, Your Honor.
3 minutes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, insofar as the certificate of canvas for the province of Davao del Sur, yes, have you sit for a while? Maybe request the gentleman to just take his seat and...
Attorney Dilangalen, he's...
I am
he's distracted,
a little bit intimidated, Your
A
Honor.
little bit distracted. Not intimidated, but distracted. Please take your seat, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not interrupting him.
No, even if you're not interrupting, I think if a lawyer is speaking, the other lawyer should be taking his seat, Your Honors, with due respect.
May we request Attorney Dilangalen, please, to take his seat. Continue, Attorney Macalintal.
So I still have my fresh 3 minutes, Your Honors. Well, insofar as the certificate of canvas for the province of Davao del Sur, Davao del Sur is concerned, we share the same observation made by the lawyer of Mr. Duterte, that it complies with all the requirements of an authentic and duly executed document, that our own copy, Your Honors, we have our own copy of the certificate of canvas, and that our own copy of the certificate of canvas matches with all the entries in the physically transmitted certificate of canvas from the province of Davao del Sur. And the results also in our copy of the certificate of canvas, insofar as the Vice President is concerned, also tallies with the result reflected in the documents or in the physically transmitted COC, Your Honor, and as well as the transmitted, electronically transmitted results. And for the record, Your Honors, in this certificate of canvas on the province of Davao del Sur, Mr. Bongbong Marcos got 80,303 votes, while Ms. Robredo obtained only 29,288 votes. Despite the fact that Mr. Marcos leads in this particular province, we have no objection to the inclusion in the canvas of the certificate of canvas because we respect the will of the people in that province. Thank you very much, Your Honors.
We will now, there being no objection to the canvas of the provincial COC of Davao del Sur, we will use the electronically transmitted copy printed by the CCS server, which was confirmed, the figures which were confirmed in the 4 copies printed.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Andaya.
Yes, I don't know if, but there are 5, as for the presidential COCs, there are 5 printouts. 4 similar documents and 1 is completely different. I do not know why none of the lawyers raised this, but which one do we're referring to 1 document? Which document? There are 5 printouts.
Sir, that's why I made it very clear that we will admit in the canvas the electronically transmitted provincial COC confirmed by the 4 printouts which are similar and confirmed by the physically transmitted provincial COC. We will use those figures.
What
disregarding the the one different figure, one different document.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but the one different document we're talking about was the first one printed out as the electronically generated COC. How do we disregard the first printout and immediately go to the, maybe the COMELEC can explain why we should actually take cognizance of that?
May I suggest, Mr. Chairman, that considering that the first generated is the one which is different from the four others, and beginning from the second transmission to the fifth are the same. May we use the second one that which in any way are the same as the four, to be the one canvassed, so that it is clear that from among the five, we are ordering the inclusion in the canvas, the second electronically transmitted result from Davao del Sur.
But to pursue the point of Congressman Andaya, since COMELEC is here, can we request COMELEC to give us a written report of what happened in Davao del Sur, because they already investigated this, and we will make this part of the records of our canvassing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
Within
you.
24 hours, as our rules require, can we have the report?
Commissioner Lim, within 24 hours, a written report on what happened here.
And so ordered.
Your
Thank you
Honors,
very much.
can I make a manifestation, please?
For Vice Candidate
Binay. Considering that there is an apparent discrepancy between 1 and 4 other generated COCs, as suggested by the chairman, a written report be submitted by COMELEC, because this may and would probably happen in the future, and you can use that as reference for such possible discrepancy. And may we request, Your Honor, maybe not today, but probably tomorrow or in succeeding days, for a streamlining of the canvassing of the COCs, of the different PBOCs that will be canvassed by this board. We noticed earlier, Your Honors, that it took a long time for the NBOC to canvass the certificate of canvass for the province of the Davao del Sur. Maybe the board can streamline the canvassing of the COCs. We noticed earlier that it took a long time. Maybe we can suggest that the preliminaries or formalities be done by the Secretariat. Then all the documents will be laid out on the table. Then all councils will see the documents and the ties, whatever, at one go. So you don't prolong the process and you hasten the canvassing of the COCs. Just a suggestion, Your Honor.
Thank you for the suggestion. Okay.
Mr. Chairman. In fact, Mr. Chairman, following the suggestion, Mr. Chairman, it took us some time for the Secretary General to describe all envelopes and attach all the documents inside the ballot box. I therefore move that when the next province of, in case of from the country is San Juan City, because the next is Agana, we will have our Secretary of the Senate and Secretary General of the House, after description of the ballot box and opening the ballot box and taking out all the contents, should now look for the provincial or the municipal certificate of canvass. We don't have to describe the municipality certificate of canvass. We are not interested in that. The Constitution says certificates of canvass for due authenticity and due execution. And the reason for that is we will be able to therefore compare the physically delivered COC of the province or the city with the printout of the electronically transmitted one, so that we will not have to describe all the envelopes there. We are only interested on one envelope, and that is the provincial
or city certificate of canvass, which has the presidential and vice presidential COC form CF21 to hasten the proceedings. We are only interested to compare the PCOC and the electronically generated printout.
Thank you, Congressman Rodriguez. You can be assured that we will improve as we go along. Okay, so for the record, what we will now be admitting in canvass for President and Vice President would be the figures contained in the printout of the second file received by the CCS from Davao del Sur, received on May 10, 2016 at 19:27:54. That means at 7:27 p.m. and 54 seconds. So may we direct now the Secretary to publicly read the votes of the presidential and vice presidential candidates.
Certificate of Canvass, Davao del Sur. Names of candidates and votes garnered for President of the Philippines. Po Grace, 8,264. Rojas Mar, 12,714. Señeres Roy, 74. Binay Jojo, 3,013. Defensor Santiago Miriam, 750. Duterte Rodi, 269,660.
Certificate of canvass from Davao del Sur for the position of Vice President. Marcos Bongbong, 80,303. Robredo Lenny, 29,288. Trillanes Antonio IV, 2,887. Cayetano Alan Peter, 150,910. Escudero Cheese, 13,551. Honasan Gringo, 3,518.
Are we done? Okay, so thank you. We proceed to the next.
May we now start canvassing the electronically transmitted certificates of canvass from Agana. Agana. Yeah. Direct mo na rin yung direct mo na yung ano. Direct na. Direct the...
So can we direct the CCS operators to print the electronically transmitted, meron ba to? COC, yeah, COC of Agana. At the same time, we are directing the secretaries to look for the COC coming from Agana.
Okay.
So everybody can see nakalagay na sila. Stop for President and Vice President.
Mr. Chairman, there is an envelope containing, a sealed envelope containing certificate of canvass, post Agana in Guam. Sealed with paper seal number 608775.
Continue to open, but make of record out the seal.
Yes, there's paper seal, serial number 608775. We now open the sealed envelope.
Now is the time for the members of the Joint Committee to examine the physically delivered COC for Agana and of course the printed copy of the electronically transmitted COC of Agana. Okay. This is our time.
Picture? Pwede na. Itong printed copy ito.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, can we separate the President and the Vice President?
Okay, for the record now, we will now separate the page of the City Municipal Canvass Report for President from the Vice President so that we can examine more easily. Okay, okay, good. Sige.
President.
So are we ready?
BP dito. Cheese, 394. Kunasan, 40. Bongbong, 809. Robredo, 1429. Trillanes, 50.
Time for lawyers. Time for lawyers to examine. Pages, please assist so that. Now is the time for the lawyers to make their comments and observations. Attorney Agra?
Yes. Considering that there is no discrepancy between the two source documents for the position of President, we request for the inclusion in the presidential canvas the COC for Agana. From here on, we would like to manifest that if there is no objection or manifestation from this representation, that would mean that we are accepting the integrity, due execution, authenticity of all the documents that will be presented before the joint public section. So silence means we interpose no objection and we move for the inclusion in the canvas of the subject COC.
That is on behalf of candidate?
On behalf of candidate Rodrigo Duterte, Your Honors. Thank you.
Okay, so the Secretary is directed to publicly announce the votes of each candidate. Go ahead,
Certificate of Canvas, North and Latin America, Agana PCG. For President of the Philippines, Po Grace, 515. Rojas Mar, 1,030. Señores Roy, 0. Binay Jojo, 95. Defensor Santiago Miriam, 164. Duterte Rudy, 1,490.
Certificate of Canvas, North and Latin America, Agana PCG. For Vice President, Marcos Bongbong, 809. Robredo Lenny, 1,429. Trillanes Antonio IV, 50. Cayetano Alan Peter, 564. Escudero Cheese, 394. Honasan Gringo, 40.
Okay, so for the record, we got our figures from the printout of the electronically transmitted COC. So any objection? There being none, so the votes as publicly read out are admitted in canvas. Let's go to the next. Malaysia. So when we mention a place, let's make it automatic that the pages should bring the ballot box, if there's a ballot box, and the CCS operators to print out the electronically transmitted COC, if there is one. So this is the situation regarding Malaysia. Congress has not received a physically delivered COC, but we have an electronically transmitted COC, which we will print out. Now is the time for the members to examine the printout. Attorney Lara Sabal?
Your Honors, can we make a manifestation? Considering that there is no manually transported COC, but there is an electronically transmitted COC from Malaysia, maybe we can suggest or manifest that the electronically transmitted COC be provisionally admitted by the board, subject to confirmation at a later date when the manually transported COC is presented for verification to the board, Your Honor.
Your Honors?
Niagara?
Yes. We would like to, we don't concur with the manifestation of previous counsel. We believe that there's no such thing as a provisional canvas. We believe that the canvas should be final, and we therefore move that the COC for Malaysia be included in the canvas, not provisionally, Your Honors. Thank you.
Your Honor, please, for candidate Robredo, Your
Kalintal.
Honor. While there is no physically transmitted certificate of canvas from Malaysia, it appears, Your Honors, that the electronically transmitted COC from the said country is authentic and duly executed, and that it contains the votes of the President and the Vice President, Your Honors, and that it appears that no one objects insofar as its authenticity and due execution is concerned. And therefore, I move, Your Honor, for its inclusion already, not temporary, but a permanent inclusion in the canvas, Your Honors.
Any objection to the motion which we find reasonable? No objection. So we will admit into the canvas the figures for President and Vice President found in the printout of the electronically transmitted COC from Malaysia.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Okay. Senator
Not an objection. Just if the committee could inquire from the COMELEC what is the reason, without demanding an immediate answer, but at some point in time to know why the diplomatic pouch has not arrived. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That was the beginning of the second phrase, but we are directing the COMELEC to provide us an explanation or find out the reason why the COC meant for Congress never arrived within 24 hours. So another written report from the COMELEC. Okay, so hearing no objection, Secretary is directed to publicly announce the votes of each candidate.
Certificate of Canvas, Malaysia. President of the Philippines, Po Grace, 122. Rojas Mar, 210. Senyeres Roy, 3. Binay Jojo, 62. Defensor Santiago Miriam, 383. Duterte Rudy, 2,275.
Certificate of Canvas, Malaysia. For Vice President, Marcos Bongbong, 1,322. Robredo Lenny, 534. Trillanes Antonio IV, 27. Cayetano Alan Peter, 1,055. Escudero Cheese, 102. Honasan Gringo, 16.
Okay, so there being no objection, the COC of Malaysia is admitted into canvas. Next.
Start the canvassing of the electronically transmitted certificate from Republic of Korea. Korea.
Republic of Korea, please. Box and at the same time print out. So ano, naka-streamline na tayo ng procedures. You just look for the PCOC.
there is a brown envelope bearing paper seal number 013697 containing purportedly containing the certificate of canvas, Republic of Korea.
There are documents include the certificate of canvass for the Republic of Korea, for president, votes for candidates of the president, for president of the Philippines, and for the vice president of the Philippines.
So it's time for the members to examine the printout of the electronically transmitted COC from the Republic of Korea and the physically delivered COC. So, Presidente, for example, 28, ganun ba yun? B9, 28, 274, tama nga. Tama pa rin. Okay, so time for the lawyers, please.
Electronic, ito yung...
So this is the period for the lawyers to make their manifestations, observations. Okay, there being none, I move for the inclusion into the canvas of the COC coming from the Republic of Korea. Any objection? There being none, the electronically transmitted COC from the Republic of Korea is admitted into the canvas. Secretary, please publicly announce the votes of each candidate.
Certificate of Canvas, Republic of Korea. President of the Philippines, Po Grace, 84. Rojas Mar, 160. Senyeres Roy, 0. Binay Jojo, 28. Defensor Santiago Miriam, 274. Duterte Rudy, 2,915.
Certificate of Canvas, Republic of Korea for Vice President, Marcos Bongbong, 1,721. Robredo Lenny, 363. Trillanes Antonio IV, 12. Cayetano Alan Peter, 1,266. Escudero Cheese, 82. Onazan Gringo, 5.
Okay, let's move on. Can we now bring the ballot boxes from San Juan and print out the electronically transmitted COC?
Gusto mo ilipat na natin yung upuan dito? Okay. Ilagay mo na lang dito yung...
It says COC-001 San Juan. We are now breaking the seal of this ballot box. Serial number COMELEC 046-2907. Inside the ballot box, a bunch of documents. There is one document that is not inside any envelope, and it reads, City Municipal Certificate of Canvass, President of the Philippines, duly signed and thumb marked by the chairman and members of the board, and City Municipal Certificate of Canvass, Vice President of the Philippines, duly signed, thumb marked by the board members. Mr. Chairman.
Isa-separate po.
Oo, kanina yan. Tingnan muna ng members.
Manong Rufus, you read the manual.
Okay, presidential, no?
Okay.
B9, 5833.
Okay.
Defensor 4837. Duterte 27922. 25922. Grace po 11508. Rojas 9061. Sineris 34. Bingo. Vice President. Cayetano 6459. Escudero 4262. Unasan 509. Bongbong Marcos 26543. Robredo 18696. Trillanes 458.
Lawyers, time to examine the documents. Manifestation of lawyers, of counsel. Attorney Macalintal.
For candidate Robredo, Your Honors, we have examined and reviewed the COC in the possession of the National Board of Canvassers for the city of San Juan. And we observe, Your Honors, that the said COC appears to be authentic and duly executed, Your Honors, and that the entries appearing in the COCs are identical with the authentic copies in our possession, Your Honors, which were furnished to us by the by the City Board of Canvassers. In this particular COC, Mr. Marcos has 26,543 votes, as against Robredo's only 18,696 votes. But despite the said lead by Mr. Marcos, Your Honors, we move for the inclusion of this certificate of canvass, manifesting our respect to the will of the people of San Juan City, Your Honors.
Okay, so I move that we admit into the canvass the electronically transmitted city COC of San Juan. There being no objection, motion is carried. Secretary, please publicly announce the votes of each candidate.
Certificate of Canvass, CBOC National Capital Region 2nd District, San Juan. For President of the Philippines, Poe Grace, 11,508. Rojas Mar, 9,061. Signeres Roy, 34. Binay Jojo, 5,833. Defensor Santiago Miriam, 4,837. Duterte Rudy, 25,922.
Certificate of Canvass, National Capital Region, San Juan. For Vice President, Marcos Bongbong, 26,543. Robredo Lenny, 18,696. Trillanes Antonio IV, 458. Cayetano Alan Peter, 6,459. Escudero Cheese, 4,262. Onasan Gringo, 509.
Next is Guimaras.
Ballot box with the marking COC-103, Guimaras, with two self-locking locks. The first lock marked Comelec 0477942. The second lock bearing Comelec 0477938. There is also one padlock. First copy of the COC, unbound envelope with serial number 0068, with paper seal number 0228554.
Electronic copy, please. For Guimaras. Ito yung sa ballot box.
Okay, lawyers' time to examine. Any observations, comments from council? Okay, there being none, I'll wait for it. Unless there is any objection, the Provincial COC of Guimaras, as electronically transmitted, will now be admitted into the canvas. Okay, there being none, it's so admitted. Secretary is hereby directed to publicly announce the votes of each candidate. Go ahead, sir.
Certificate of Canvas, Guimaras. President of the Philippines, Poe Grace, 11,939. Rojas Mar, 50,507. 50507. Senyeres Roy, 56. Binay Jojo, 12,527. Defensor Santiago Miriam, 2,654. Duterte Rudy, 9,059.
Certificate of Canvas, Guimaras, for Vice President, Marcos Bongbong, 7,853. Robredo Lenny, 56,249. Trillanes Antonio IV, 2,014, 14. Cayetano Alan Peter, 3,774. Escudero Cheese, 6,721. Honasan Gringo, 6,022.
Ano yan? Ano yan, Guimaras? We shall now start canvassing the electronically transmitted certificates of canvass from the province of Siquijor, and canvassing system operators are directed to generate a copy of the electronically transmitted certificate of canvass. And let this be a continuing directive to the operators that as soon as we refer to a particular province, they should likewise automatically print out the electronically transmitted results.
Ballot box indicating COC-02 Siquijor, sealed with this red seal, COMELEC 00143666. We shall now proceed to open the ballot box by breaking the seal and opening the padlock. There is a brown envelope serial number 0062, which indicates by way of a mark, first copy for the Congress directed to the President of the Senate.
Here's a paper seal.
Okay. So, the said envelope is paper sealed 02277799, signed thumb mark by the board members. We shall now proceed to break the paper seal. Inside is another paper seal, serial number 02277798. We shall now break this seal. 02277798. Okay. We can always
Wait, Marcos, okay, go.
Robredo 30468.
Okay.
Reganes 1230.
Okay.
Cayetano 7281.
Okay.
Escudero 4141.
Okay.
Unasan 206.
Okay, go. Check. Oh, lawyer, second. Objection from the lawyer. Agreed.
There being no manifestation or observation from the members of the panel, are there any observation or manifestation to be made by any of the lawyers from the candidates? And there being none, and there being no objection and or manifestation from any of the members of the panel, then the chair directs that the said electronically transmitted result from the province of Siquijor be included in the canvas. And may we now direct the Secretary General concerned to kindly read the votes as stated in the electronically transmitted COC.
Certificate of Canvas Siquijor. President for President, Po Grace, 5,256. Rojas Mar, 26,626. Señeres Roy, 44. Binay Jojo, 6,778. Defensor Santiago Miriam, 623. Duterte Rudy, 16,252.
Certificate of Canvas Siquijor. For Vice President, Marcos Bongbong, 5,746. Robredo Lenny, 30,468. 3030. Trillanes Antonio IV, 1230. 1,230. Cayetano Alan Peter, 7,281. Escudero Cheese, 4,141. 4141. Honasan Gringo, 2,066.
Can we now proceed to canvass Bacolod City?
Yellow box bearing the markings COC-086 Bacolod City. There's a self-locking device and one padlock. Three padlocks. Inside the box, there's also a self-lock bearing the markings COMELEC 0014260. Inside the box is a brown envelope, COC from the PBOC of Bacolod City, serial number 0008, with paper seal number 0190133. Inside the brown envelope is a document also bearing the paper seal with serial number 0190134.
Okay, I'll read. President. Grace 32443.
Okay.
Rojas Mar 106. Ballot 6597. Defensor 1021. Duterte 6971. Okay. Vice President Mark 42923. Congress 119 447.
Oh, lawyers. No manifestation? Okay, go.
Unless there are observation from any of the member of the panel, may we know if any of the lawyers would like to make an observation or manifestation? There being none, then the chair directs that the certificate of canvass, or the electronically transmitted certificate of canvass from the province of Bacolod, city of Bacolod, be included in the canvass, and the Secretary General concerned be directed to read the votes as stated in the same.
Certificate of Canvass, Bacolod City. For President, Paul Grace, 32,443. Rojas Mar, 106,268. Señores Roy, 132. Binay Jojo, 6,597. Defensor Santiago Miriam, 10,296. Duterte Rudy, 69,871.
Certificate of Canvass, Bacolod City. For Vice President, Marcos Bongbong, 42,923. Robredo Lenny, 119,447. Trillanes Antonio IV, 8,319. Cayetano Alan Peter, 28,132. Escudero Cheese, 19,854. Honasan Gringo, 2,064.
May we now proceed to canvass the Pasay City, the chronically transmitted COC from Pasay City.
Ballot box, COC 037 Pasay City, sealed with this Plactisil Comelec 0479080. We shall now proceed to break the seal. There is a brown envelope with serial number 0017 purportedly containing the certificate canvas with plus paper seal number 02255155, signed by the chairman. We now proceed to break the seal. And we have the certificate of canvas for president and certificate of canvas for vice president.
Any observations, manifestations from council? Okay, there being none, there being no objection, the electronically transmitted COC from Pasay City, tama ba, Secretary? This is Pasay. Pasay City is admitted into the canvass. Secretary, please publicly announce the votes of each candidate.
Certificate of canvas Pasay City. For President of the Philippines, Po Grace, 30,185, 30185. Rojas Mar, 26,119. Señeres Roy, 85. Binay Jojo, 44,232. Defensor Santiago, 12,295. Duterte Rudy, 81,472.
Certificate of Canvas Pasay for Vice President Marcos Bongbong, 97,776. Robredo Lenny, 51,790. Trillanes Antonio IV, 1,804. Cayetano Alan Peter, 20,417, 17. Escudero Cheese, 18,287. Honasan Gringo, 2,797.
Let's proceed with the canvassing of the city of Valenzuela.
We now open the ballot box. Valenzuela City. There is a plastic seal, COMELEC 0479104. We now proceed to break this seal. And there is a padlock. On one side, there is another plastic seal before I do. COMELEC 0479105. We shall break this seal. And we open the padlock on one side. We now open the ballot box. There's another plastic seal, red seal, COMELEC 0479103. We now break this seal. And inside, there is a brown envelope purportedly containing the certificate of canvass and its serial number 0015, paper sealed. No, it's not. There's no paper seal. It's a Scotch taped, but there are signatures of the members of the board. We now open the said envelope. And there are documents inside. Certificate of canvass for President of the Philippines and Certificate of canvass for Vice President Philippines.
Po 80671. Rojas 30845. Teneres 106. Binay 20361. Defensor Santiago 17045. Duterte 113745. Marcos 116455. Robredo 67097. Trillanes 3258. Cayetano 26972. Escudero 44731. Nasan 2135.
Oh, lawyer. Usual, same manifestation, no manifestation. The same manifestation, no manifestation, no observation.
May we know if there are any manifestations from any of the member of the panel? There being none, from the lawyers? There being none, the chair hereby directs that the same be canvassed. And the Secretary General is directed to read the votes.
Certificate of Canvass City of Valenzuela for President. Paul Grace, 80,671, 80671. Rojas Mar, 30,845, 30845. Senyeres Roy, 106. Binay, 20,361. Defensor Santiago, 17,045. Duterte Rudy, 113,745.
Certificate of Canvass, Valenzuela. For Vice President, Marcos Bongbong, 116,455. Robredo Lenny, 67,097. Trillanes Antonio IV, 3,258. Cayetano Alan Peter, 26,972. Escudero Cheese, 44,731. Honasan Gringo, 2,135.
May we now proceed to canvass the electronically transmitted result from Cebu City.
Green box bearing the marking COC-072 Cebu City, with plastic locks bearing the markings COMELEC 0166281 and COMELEC 0166284. We're now breaking the plastic locks and ilan ang padlock? Another plastic lock bearing the marking COMELEC 0166333. There is also a padlock, one padlock, which we will now proceed to open. There is also a plastic lock inside bearing the markings COMELEC 0166701. It contains the COC for the positions of President and Vice President from the province of Cebu.
Wait.
Any comment, observation from counsel? Yes, Attorney Garcia. Yes.
George, padalo na kayo.
In the absence of Attorney Dilangalin, Your Honors, it would appear that the COC that we have in our possession does not tally with the COC as is being examined by the board, Your Honor. Cayetano, 164,517. Escudero for 40,297. Honasan, 22,218. Marcos Bongbong, 90,636. Robredo Lenny Daang Matuwid, 158,692. And Trillanes Antonio de Fort, 7,793.
With the permission of the lead counsel? With the permission of the lead counsel, I'd like to respond to that. May I know exactly what is the document read by the good counsel for candidate Marcos?
That is the other copy of the COC, Your Honor.
May I see if it's really the COC? Counsel?
Sa atin lamang kung ano yung opisyal. Di ba? Basta nag-get yung dalawang certificate.
Meron po sa Diyan lang sa please. Mabilis po sa
Your Honor, observation, the document being presented by the counsel for candidate Marcos is not exactly the certificate of canvass. It's the canvass report. Yeah.
Can you educate us, ma'am? Counsel, what is the difference between a certificate of canvass and a canvass report?
It would basically be the same. The more official one, of course, is the COC. But we also notice, Your Honor, I think that explains the apparent discrepancy is because the number of clustered precincts is not complete, as reported in that particular document, which is only the canvass report and not exactly the certificate of canvass.
Chair confirms the observation of Senator-elect Laila de Lima. Do you confirm it, Attorney Garcia, that the total number of clustered precincts in your document is less than the total number of clustered precincts reported in the city COC?
Yes, Your Honor. I thought I have to confirm the Senator-elect, Your Honor. But I confirm, Your Honor, that there is really a discrepancy as far as the time stamp is concerned. And but the point is, how come the CCS will print, Your Honors, will print a canvass report ahead of the printing of the certificate of canvass, Your Honor? As far as the system of the COMELEC is concerned, Smartmatic is concerned, you have to print in accordance with the totality of all the reported COCs from the different municipalities, Your Honors. There cannot be a premature printing of the certificate of canvass. That is just an observation, and we would like an explanation coming from COMELEC, Your Honor.
Your Honor?
Thank you for that observation, ma'am.
There was no premature printing of the COC. It cannot be that there was printing of the COC ahead of the canvass report.
But, I believe the counsel for Vice Presidential candidate Marcos will be satisfied with a report from the COMELEC if COMELEC also found also had a similar observation. So that's conditioned on the fact if COMELEC also shares the observation.
Just an additional manifestation.
Before we recognize the distinguished gentleman, the Honorable Makalintal, you are only allowed, you are representing the same.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
So,
unless Secretary de Lima would yield the floor to that I take over again as the lead lawyer, Your Honor.
Okay. And may we also make a manifestation that the task of the panel is to determine that the votes in the electronically transmitted COC are the same as that of the manually transmitted. So it's not our job to determine whether the result tallies with whatever you have. So what is our task is determine that the statement as stated in the electronically transmitted COCs are the same as that of the manually transmitted results.
That was what I was about to say, Your Honors.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Your
you, sir.
Honors.
Attorney Garcia. Yes.
Your Honor, it may not
Let's hear him out. Yes, Attorney Garcia.
burden the Honorable Board if we set aside in the meantime the canvas of this COC, Your Honor. In the first place, we'll just be waiting for the explanation from COMELEC. If the same thing happened in the National Board of Canvassers, when the National Board of Canvassers canvassed the result of the senatorial election, Your Honor, then at least after the explanation, maybe we can yield to whatever the board will be ruling as far as the COC is concerned.
Pañero, I only joined you in your manifestation because you said that you would not object to the admission into the canvas.
Not objecting, Your
Now
Honor.
that you're moving for deferment, suspension, or whatever,
Yes, Your Honor.
personally, I find your ground not so substantial.
Your Honor, the
because
rules-
you actually don't have another authentic copy of the provincial COC, of the city COC. You have a partial report of elections in the city of Cebu.
Yes, Your
so
Honor.
we are not really comparing the orange to the apple.
Yes, sir, but the problem, Your Honor, is your Rule 7 of the rules promulgated yesterday says that if there is a discrepancy, Your Honor, and the discrepancy was never explained by the rules, and so as far as the issue of discrepancies are concerned, Your Honor, then it is dependent on the board. What we are saying is because of the discrepancy, then perhaps, Your Honor, we can...
I get your point, Pañero. Question lang is this the discrepancy which we are referring to in our rules? In my opinion, it is not.
But the question, Your Honor...
When the orange is compared to the orange, then there is a discrepancy if it's red-orange. But the orange is compared to the apple, we have no issue.
Then we have to ask also the question, why did the CCS of the province print this report, Your Honor? In the first place, that cannot really happen. What if in the next succeeding days, Your Honor, we will be faced with a scenario whereby there will be another COC which will not tally with the COC being canvassed by the board, Your Honor?
At any rate, as I have already stated a while ago, the task of this joint committee is to make sure that the statement of the votes as in the electronically transmitted COC are the same as that of the manually transmitted. And I think there is an agreement that there is no variance between the two. And unless there are other objections or manifestation from any of the lawyers or over the objection of the Attorney Garcia,
Your Honor, please.
Attorney Rizabal?
Your Honors, if this honorable board will ask for an explanation from the CBOC as regards this discrepancy, may we kindly ask that the board also explain if there was a problem with the CCS which caused this discrepancy. Just a manifestation and request that it be included in a report if the board decides to require the CBOC to submit to this board.
This is about the implementation of our election laws, and the COMELEC is hearing us here, so COMELEC should take it upon themselves to investigate this matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is actually beyond the jurisdiction of the joint panel formed to canvass the vice presidential and presidential votes. Okay, unless Attorney Garcia wants to formally object, Attorney Garcia, because you want us to rule, you want to pursue that. You want to formally move that we defer?
Yes, Your Honor, we defer in the meantime, Your Honor.
Huh?
We
So
defer.
are you objecting to the inclusion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so
Then we would like to make our argument for the inclusion, Your Honor. If he is for the exclusion, then we should also offer our argument for the inclusion in the canvas.
Honorable Barsaga.
Well, Mr. Chairman, our rules are very explicit. It is expressly provided under Rule 7, letter B, as in victory, and I quote, should there exist any discrepancy between the electronically transmitted COC and physically delivered COC as to the number of votes cast for any president or vice presidential candidate, the Joint Committee shall require the PBOC, CBOC, DBOC concerned to personally appear before it within 24 hours and explain the discrepancy. Apparently, the lawyers for the candidates do not meet with us the interpretation of discrepancy. The discrepancy is between the electronically transmitted results and the manually delivered certificate of canvass. And insofar as we are concerned, if we make a comparison, there is no discrepancy. And therefore, under the rules, we are bound to continue with the canvass because our duty is purely ministerial.
And may we just remind the members of the candidates to refrain from making a motion because you are not a member of this committee, so you cannot make any motion. You can either make your observation or you make your objection, but refrain from making a motion because your motion will always be out of order. Because that's my statement a while ago is over the objection or over your manifestation. If there are no objection from the panel, then by force of circumstance, we shall be ordering that the same be included in the canvas. Okay. So that's why we have already heard your position, and may we hear the position from the panel if there is any objection. There being no objection, then the chair motu proprio directs that the same be included in the canvas. And the Secretary General concerned are directed to read the votes as stated in the same.
Certificate of Canvass, Cebu City for President of the Philippines. Paul Grace, 52,169. Rojas Mar, 90,420. Senyeres Roy, 226. Binay Jojo, 51,002. Defensor Santiago Miriam, 13,512. Duterte Rudy, 296,246.
Certificate of Canvass, Cebu City. Marcos Bongbong for Vice President. Marcos Bongbong, 92,007. 92007. Robredo Lenny, 162,509. Trillanes Antonio IV, 7,972. Cayetano Alan Peter, 167,705. Escudero Cheese, 41,390. Hunasan Gringo, 23,506.
May we now proceed to canvass the electronically transmitted result from the Republic of Singapore.
This box states COC-119 Singapore. We are now opening this sealed box. There is a pouch inside. We now proceed to open this sealed DHL pouch. Inside is a black bag with the seal of the Commission on Elections. Here's a lacking plastic seal. We now proceed to destroy this and open the bag. There is a brown envelope which is with serial number 0063, certificate of canvas, Post Singapore, sealed with a plastic seal, number 00808825, signed by chairman and the members. We now break the seal. Inside, we find certificate of canvas for President, staple remover, and certificate of canvas for Vice President.
Mamatay tayo dito.
Unless there are manifestations by any of the member of the committee or from the lawyers, and seeing none, the chair hereby directs that the electronically transmitted COC from the Republic of Singapore be included in the canvas, and the chair directs the Secretary General concerned to read the results.
Certificate of Canvas Singapore for President, Poe 1,276, Rojas 3,746, Señeres 7, Binay 424, Defensor Santiago 3,587, Duterte Rudy 30,389.
Certificate of Canvas, Singapore, for Vice President, Marcos, 14,915. Robredo Lenny, 8,187. Trillanes, 242. Cayetano, 14,960. Escudero, 911. Hunasan, 160.
May we now proceed to canvass the electronically transmitted result from the Kingdom of Bahrain.
Brown box with the marking COC 157, Bahrain. We are now proceeding to open the box. Inside the box is a Smartmatic VCS, VCM, with documents. These are ballots in a plastic case bearing the name of Smartmatic. There is no COC inside the box. Itaas mo.
It's just a machine.
Yeah, it's simply a machine.
Can we remove it? Yeah, just remove it. That's the cleaning paper. That's ballots. We don't need to remove it. Yeah, well, that's just the cleaning sheet. Where should it be? On top? It should just be. No man. Like Malaysia, similar to Malaysia.
Council can examine now the printout of the electronically transmitted COC from the Kingdom of Bahrain.
Sige, pakitingin. Possible reason for not sending.
None. There's none. I-seal nyo na ulit. I-seal. Dagdagan mo ng seal, darling. Gawin mong dalawang seal.
Any observations from Council? Okay, this is the situation with the Kingdom of Bahrain. We have an electronically transmitted COC, but no physical transmission or delivery of the printed COC of the Kingdom of Bahrain. If there is no objection, we will proceed with the canvassing of the said COC. Okay, there being none, the electronically transmitted COC of the Kingdom of Bahrain is included in the canvass, and the Secretary is directed to publicly announce the votes of each candidate.
Certificate of Canvass, Kingdom of Bahrain, for President, Poe, 405, Rojas, 712, Sinieres, 3, Binay, 169, Defensor Santiago, 509, Duterte, 5,413.
Certificate of Canvass, Kingdom of Bahrain, for Vice President, Marcos, 3,228, Robredo, 1,388, Trillanes, 65, Cayetano, 2,085, Escudero, 352, Honasan, 60.
Okay, before we leave the matter of the Kingdom of Bahrain, can I direct the Secretariat to communicate directly with the Special Board of Canvassers, which acted in the Kingdom of Bahrain, for them to explain directly to the joint panel two matters: why they did not send to us the printed COC, and why did they send to us the machine. Okay, and at the same time ask the COMELEC to help us follow up. The response of the SBOC of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Now we will proceed to canvass Malabon City.
This ballot box purportedly containing COC from Malabon. It's sealed by this COMELEC, red COMELEC plastic seal 0473014. We shall not break this seal. And we shall open the padlock. There's another seal inside and a padlock. We are breaking the seal and opening the padlocks. The padlock, yes. There are two plastic seals, 0473-022 and 0473-015. There is this sheet of papers sealed with the paper seal 0225-399, and we are going to open this seal. The document states City Municipal Canvass Report. And another, it also contains
Our Secretary of Labor in waiting, that's waiting.
Okay. You'll describe this. There is a bunch of documents, paper sealed 0225-413, among others, and we shall now break this seal and open this. There is a document which states Certificate of Canvass. Certificate of Canvass for President and Certificate of Canvass for Vice President.
Any observations? Okay, there being no objection, the electronically transmitted COC from the City of Malabon is admitted into the canvass. Secretary is directed to publicly announce the votes of each candidate.
Certificate of Canvass, Malabon, for President, Poe, 39,862. Rojas, 20,147. Senyeres, 103. Binay, 15,384. Defensor Santiago, 8,545. Duterte, 66,125.
Certificate of Canvass, Malabon, for Vice President, Marcos, 67,992. Robredo, 38,045. Trillanes, 1,799. Cayetano, 16,489. Escudero, 22,566. Honasan, 1,502.
Can we now proceed with Navotas City?
Yellow ballot box bearing the marking COC-140 Navotas City. Comelec plastic clock with number 0479065. Comelec plastic clock 0479066 and one padlock. We will now open, break the seal and open the lock. There are two Comelec plastic locks. We are now breaking them. One bears the number 0479070. The other is 0473023. We are now breaking the plastic locks. The box contains the COC in a brown envelope bearing the serial number 0023 with paper serial number 0225426. President and Vice President.
Make the comparison, okay? Oh, President. Jojo Binay, 34,400. Defensor, 4,060. Duterte, 35,890.
Efficiency level natin.
O, 18,974. Mar, 6820. Senyeres, 36. Vice President Alan Peter, 10,051.
Any comments, observations from council? Okay, there being no comment, no objection, we hereby admit into the canvas the electronically transmitted COC from Navotas City. Secretary is hereby directed to publicly read and announce the votes of each candidate.
Certificate of Canvas Navotas City for President. Po, 18,974, 18974. Rojas, 6,820. Sinieres, 36. Binay, 34,428. Defensor Santiago, 4,066. Duterte, 35,890.
Certificate of Canvas, Navotas City for Vice President Marcos, 47,943. Robredo, 18,193. Trillanes, 1,294. Cayetano, 10,051. Escudero, 14,860. Honasan, 6,482.
May we now proceed to Camiguin, province of Camiguin.
Here's the ballot box containing purportedly the COC from Camiguin province. We are now breaking its plastic seal, COMELEC 0477811. Another plastic seal, COMELEC 0477815. And opening the padlock. We open the ballot box, and inside there is a brown envelope. It's serial number 0046, purportedly containing the COC, and it is paper sealed 0227050. We now open this sealed box, sealed envelope. Inside, it says certificate of canvass for President and Vice President.
Any manifestation, comments, observation? Okay, there being none, unless there's an objection, there being none, we are admitting into the canvass the electronically transmitted COC from the province of Camiguin. Secretary, please read the votes of each candidate.
Certificate of canvass, Camiguin, for President, Poe, 625, Rojas, 35,613, Señeres, 13, Binay, 326, Defensor Santiago, 109, Duterte, 11,285.
Certificate of canvass, Camiguin, for Vice President, Marcos, 2,148, Robredo, 38,030, Trillanes, 185, Cayetano, 5,498, Escudero, 666, Honasan, 161.
Can now proceed to the state of Qatar.
This is a DHL pouch bearing the marking COC-122 Qatar. We are now opening the pouch. And also a blue bag bearing the marking COC-122-A with a metal seal. Ano bang serial number? bearing the serial number COMELEC 0112353. Inside the pouch is a brown envelope marked exclusively for certificate of canvass for national positions and party list with paper seal number 01149007. We are now opening the envelope. The envelope contains the COC for President and for Vice President.
Oh, for President, Grace ko 550. Okay? Grace ko 550. Yes, sir. Rojas 150. Yes, sir. Guimaras 2. Binay 250. Defensor 997. Yes, sir. Duterte 12,475. Yes, sir. With Vice President Marcos 6119. Lenny 3268. Ilianes 103. Cayetano 5,442. Escudero 545. Nasa 95. So for the lawyers, for their scrutiny.
Unless there are manifestations or objections from the member of the panel or the lawyers, Chair hears none, then the same is hereby included in the canvas, and the Secretary General concerned are hereby directed to read the results.
Certificate of Canvas, Qatar, for President, Po, 558, Rojas, 1,333, Señeres, 2, Binay, 250, Defensor Santiago, 997, Duterte, 12,475.
Certificate of Canvas, Qatar, for Vice President, Marcos, 6,119. Robredo, 3,268. Trillanes, 103. Cayetano, 5,442. Escudero, 545. Honasan, 95.
We will now proceed with the Republic of Lebanon.
This is the box purportedly containing the COC from Lebanon. We now proceed to open. Inside, there is a dark blue bag with the seal of the COMELEC. You now proceed to break the plastic seal. Uy. You see a brown envelope with from Beirut. It says Certificate of Canvas number 21A. Paper sealed 011690, signed by Chairman Paul Clerk and third member. We shall now proceed to open this sealed envelope. Inside, there is a document, Certificate of Canvas for President and Certificate of Canvas for Vice President.
Any observation from any of the members of the panel or the lawyers? There being none, the chair hereby directs that from the electronically transmitted result from the Republic of Lebanon be included in the canvas, and consequently the secretary concerned are hereby directed to read the result.
Certificate of Canvas, Lebanon, for President, Po, 359, Rojas, 271, Signeres, 2, Binay, 135, Defensor Santiago, 326, Duterte, 3,039.
Certificate of Canvas, Lebanon. For Vice President, Marcos, 2,408, Robredo, 353, Trillanes, 23, Cayetano, 1,064, Escudero, 229, Honasan, 52.
Can we now proceed to Romblon?
Ballot box bearing the markings COC-07007 Romblon with 3 padlocks and 1 COMELEC plastic lock bearing the numbers 0248932. We are now proceeding to open the locks and breaking the plastic lock. The inside of the box, ballot box, bears 3 plastic seals bearing the numbers 0248924, 0248913, 0248920. Inside the box is a brown envelope bearing the serial number 0079 with paper seal number 0229051. Inside are documents also sealed by a paper seal bearing the number 0229036. It bears the COC for President and for Vice President.
President. Teka, nagdala muna tayo. Okay. 4-3-1-7. Okay. Kasama siya.
Any observation or manifestations? There being none, Chair hereby directs that the same be included in the canvass and the Secretary General concerned be directed to read the result.
Certificate of Canvass Romblon for President, Po, 31,736. Rojas, 56,369. Sinieres, 86. Binay, 17,868. Defensor Santiago, 1,842. Duterte, 26,134.
Certificate of Canvass, Romblon. For Vice President, Marcos, 24,645. Robredo, 61,915. Trillanes, 4,418. Cayetano, 8,046. Escudero, 22,712. Honasan, 3,576.
Can we now proceed with Lapu-Lapu City?
This ballot box, Lapu-Lapu City, with plastic seal COMELEC 04708868. It's now being broken. Another red plastic seal with COMELEC number 04708866. And the third one, COMELEC 04708870. We're now breaking the seal and also opening the padlock. We now open the ballot box, and inside there is also another COMELEC seal, numbered 0477909. Inside are documents. It reads, Certificate of Canvass for President and Vice President, and also for Senator's party list.
Any manifestation or objection? There being none, the chair hereby directs that the electronically transmitted the result from Lapu-Lapu City be included in the canvas, and the concerned Secretary General be directed to read the results.
Certificate of Canvass, Lapu-Lapu City. For President, Po, 15,951. Rojas, 44,676. Signeres, 112. Binay, 3,719. Defensor Santiago, 2,663. Duterte, 83,283.
Certificate of Canvass, Lapu-Lapu City. For Vice President, Marcos, 21,104. Robredo, 63,766. Trillanes, 2,167. Cayetano, 46,469. Escudero, 11,840. Honasan, 1,695.
We'll now proceed with Biliran.
A ballot box with marking COC 042 Biliran. It is locked with 3 padlocks, which we are now proceeding to unlock. Inside the ballot box is a brown envelope with paper seal number 022762 purporting to contain certificates of canvas bearing serial number 0058. Inside the envelope are two sets of documents, one bearing the paper seal number 0227623 and the other bearing the paper seal 227624. There is a certificate of canvass for President and for Vice President.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. An objection or manifestation? Chair is none. Does the electronically transmitted COC from
Rojas, 21,060. Señeres, 84. Binay, 14,885. Defensor Santiago, 1,038. Duterte, 30,712.
Certificate of canvass, Biliran, for Vice President. Marcos, 33,440. Robredo, 18,231. Trillanes, 1,072. Cayetano, 8,901. Escudero, 7,668. Honasan, 1,901.
We'll now proceed with Tarlac.
Ballot box. From Tarlac, it says COC 018 Tarlac. We are now breaking the seal. COMELEC number 0478972. And also another COMELEC red plastic seal, number 0478971. Another padlock inside. We now open the inside portion of the mailbox. And there is, of the ballot box, there is a brown envelope which says first copy, serial number 0090, paper sealed 0229529. We are going to open this envelope. A document inside. Also paper sealed 022958. Now being opened, and what appears is a certificate of canvass for President and certificate of canvass for Vice President.
Any observation or manifestation? There being none, the chair directs that the electronically transmitted result from Tarlac be included in the canvas, and the Secretary General concerned be directed to read the results.
Certificate of Canvas, Tarlac, for President, Po, 185,918. Rojas, 194,974. Siñeres, 356. Binay, 47,177. Defensor Santiago, 17,675. Duterte, 159,187.
Certificate of Canvas, Tarlac, for Vice President, Marcos, 214,166. Robredo, 243,756. Trillanes, 20,715. Cayetano, 31,821. Escudero, 75,224. Honasan, 7,884.
We'll now proceed with Spain.
We are in receipt of a DHL pouch bearing the marking COC-098, Madrid, Spain. We will now open the pouch. Inside the pouch are two white envelopes, one marked exclusively for Certificate of Canvas from Madrid, with paper seal number 01277743. Sige na, ganunin mo na. Inside the envelope is the Certificate of Canvas for President and for Vice President.
Kami naman.
Okay, lawyers, time to examine the documents. Any comment, observation? Okay, there being no objection to the inclusion of the COC electronically transmitted from Spain, it is hereby admitted into the canvas. Secretary, please read the votes of each candidate.
Certificate of Canvas, Spain, for President, Po, 452. Rojas, 531. Siñeres, 1. Binay, 131. Defensor Santiago, 610. Duterte, 4,170.
Certificate of Canvass, Spain, for Vice President, Marcos, 3,124. Robredo, 857. Trillanes, 36. Cayetano, 1,594. Escudero, 240. Honasan, 57.
We now proceed with Baguio City.
We now open this ballot box. Baguio City. Three padlocks. We're now unlocking the other padlock. Ballot box is open. There are three plastic seals, COMELEC 0478816, COMELEC 0478818, and COMELEC 0478817 now being broken. Inside the mailbox, several documents. A brown envelope, serial number 0009, paper sealed 022346. It's being opened, and inside there's a document that says Certificate of Canvass for President, Certificate of Canvass for Vice President.
Any manifestation? There is none. The electronic result from Baguio City is hereby ordered to be included in the canvas, and the Secretary General concerned be directed to read the results for the records.
Certificate of Canvass, Baguio City, for President, Po, 24,569. Rojas, 15,731. Siñeres, 96. Binay, 9,079. Defensor Santiago, 26,735. Duterte, 37,768.
Certificate of Canvass, Baguio City, for Vice President, Marcos, 76,009. Robredo, 21,341. Trillanes, 2,235. Cayetano, 5,965. Escudero, 6,990. Honasan, 1,048.
Ano ba yan? We'll now proceed with Batanes.
Ballot box bearing the marking COC-015 Batanes with plastic seals COMELEC 0014-394 and 0014-391. Inside the box is a brown envelope bearing the serial number 0092, purporting to be a copy of the COC for Batanes. It bears a paper seal number 0229645. Inside the envelope is the certificate of canvass for President and for Vice President. Isa pa.
Any manifestation or observation? Carries none. The same is hereby directed to be included in the canvass, and the Secretary General concerned be directed to read the results.
Certificate of Canvass, Batanes, for President, Poe, 2,984. Rojas, 3,690. Signeres, 3. Binay, 1,181. Defensor Santiago, 175. Duterte, 1,107.
Certificate of canvass, Batanes, for Vice President. Marcos, 1,079. Robredo, 4,566. Trillanes, 116. Cayetano, 416. Escudero, 2,236. Honasan, 380.
Now proceed with the Batangas.
This is a ballot box bearing the marking COC-035 Batangas with one plastic seal bearing the number 0014838. Inside the box is a brown envelope. It is not sealed, and it contains the certificate of canvass for President and for Vice President.
Any observation? There being none, the chair hereby directs that the electronic transmission of the COC from Batangas be included in the canvas and that the Secretary General concerned be directed to read the results.
Certificate of Canvas, Batangas, for President, Po, 334,379. Rojas, 215,266. Signeres, 425. Binay, 294,510. Defensor Santiago, 42,921. Duterte, 336,974.
Certificate of Canvas, Batangas, for Vice President, Marcos, 261,499. Robredo, 514,608. Trillanes, 34,984. Cayetano, 110,448. Escudero, 233,406. Honasan, 36,358.
We'll now proceed with Laguna.
Ballot box, COC 143 Laguna. We are breaking now this Comelec plastic seal, numbered 0475955. And this other padlock. We now open the ballot box and inside we find a brown envelope which there's another envelope with serial number 0082, paper sealed 0229196. There's an envelope which reads, corrected provincial certificate of canvass for president, for vice president. We shall proceed to open the first brown envelope, which is paper sealed 0229196. Inside is the certificate of canvass for president and for vice president. Yes. We now proceed to open the content of this brown envelope, which states corrected provincial certificate of canvass for president, vice president, and contains provincial certificate of canvass for president and provincial certificate of canvass for vice president.
Oo, dito medyo iba eh. Yung pero lahat tumaas.
CCS. Computer. Consolidated canvas system. Pero andun sila eh.
Ibig sabihin, hindi nila alam. Yung narinig lang nila yung sabi ng canvas.
Kaya dapat matapag pa rin.
Kung magiging strict.
Pero alam ko na sila dito.
Within 24 hours.
Kailangan
Namang siya. Even if there is a what, we are not for because these are all technicalities. We are not objecting. And despite the fact that we lost in this area by 50,000
The lawyers are done examining the various PCOCs, but I think I'll direct the secretary to open, no, ito po, the two other brown envelopes found inside the ballot box coming from the PBOC of Laguna, marked statement of votes by city/municipality, copy for Congress, and the attached other brown envelope with the marking corrected statement of votes by city/municipality, president, vice president. And please describe what you find inside, okay? For the record. After this, we go to the observations or manifestations of counsel.
We now open first the envelope, which says statement of votes by city, municipality, province of Laguna.
Basahin niyo na lang po yung laman nito. Basahin niyo lang po yung mga ganun. Sige po.
Statement of votes by city, municipality for President, Philippines, province, Laguna. Statement of votes by city, municipality for Vice President, Philippines, Laguna. Statement of votes by city, municipality for senator. That's for senator. The other is for party list, yes.
This first one is
This is the original.
ano yung sa senator na?
Senator and party list.
Okay, so we have statement of votes by city/municipality for President of the Philippines from the province of Laguna consisting of, pakibilang sir, pakibilang nga ma'am, ilan yun? Blank pages. Ilan? Consisting of 6 pages. And the other one taken from the brown envelope was the statement of votes by city/municipality for Vice President of the Philippines from the province of Laguna consisting of
16 po. Sir, this is the ano.
Okay, so we will give council time to study the statement of votes. The original. Okay, then. Okay, well, let's open now the corrected statement of votes by city.
There's document inside. It states,
Short lang po.
statement of votes by city municipality for president consisting of 2 pages, and also statement of votes by city municipality for vice president consisting of 2 pages.
Oh, so, okay, we go to the period where the lawyers can make their observations of record.
Yes,
So,
Your
some
Honor.
manifestations. Okay. Attorney Garcia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Honors. Your Honor, it would appear that the provincial COC in the province of Laguna, there is really a discrepancy between the COC as generated by the CCS and the amended COC as sent by the Provincial Board of Canvassers of Laguna and the original COC as sent likewise by the PBOC, Your Honors. And this really exemplifies the fact that the CCS of a particular province can really print the COC even if it is incomplete, when supposedly under the rules and under the guidelines, as well as supposedly the system of COMELEC and Smartmatic, it can only generate and print CCS at the provincial level if all the municipalities are in. In this case, it would appear that the original COC was printed absent a particular municipality, Your Honors. And likewise, as an observation, the amended COC is actually manually prepared. It is not generated from the CCS. It does not contain the hash code. It would appear to be printed in just an ordinary computer, Your Honor. And so, Your Honor, although we cannot move, that is just our observation, and we are hoping that the board will defer the canvass of this particular COC. We are leading in this COC, Your Honor. Candidate Bongbong Marcos is leading, but we likewise is asking the board if it can please set aside in the meantime the canvass and call the Provincial Board of Canvassers, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Garcia. Anybody else? Attorney Guimaras.
Your Honor, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Attorney Guimaras.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to manifest that the corrected COC is not generated from the server. It does not contain the hash code. And if you notice, even the signature of the watchers are absent. So I'll leave it at that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Valenzuela.
If Your Honor, please. You know, this certificate of canvass was also the subject of a discussion at the COMELEC level during the canvass of the votes for senators. Apparently, May I continue, Your Honor? Apparently, the votes which came from the municipality of Rizal, which is one of the municipalities of Laguna, was not included in the certificate of canvass. Now, the issue being raised by Mr. Garcia, Attorney Garcia, that why is it that the CCS was able to transmit despite the fact that there was an incomplete report of the municipalities? The answer is very simple, Your Honors. Because instead of the municipality of Rizal, what was included in that certificate of canvass for the province of Laguna was the pre-lat results and not the municipality of Rizal. So, because of the inclusion of the pre-lat results, it would appear in the certificate of canvass that there was a complete account of all the municipalities. But what the COMELEC did when this was brought to the attention of the COMELEC, we called the chairman of the Provincial Board of Canvassers of Laguna. And she explained properly. And during her explanation, he made the same explanation that the municipality of Rizal was not included. And what was included erroneously was the pre-lat results. So, during her testimony before the Senate, before the COMELEC as a National Board of Canvassers, I was representing several senators during the canvass, and I asked the chairman of the Board of Canvassers of Laguna what she did when she discovered the errors. What she did was to reconvene the board in order to transmit the real results coming from the municipality of Rizal. And I asked her, when you made the reconvening of the board, did you notify the lawyers of all the parties, from the president, vice president, down to the last board members? And she said, yes. Were the notifications made in writing? She said, yes. Was there any objection by the lawyers of the president, vice president, down to the last board members? And she said, no, there was no objection. And because of that proceedings, the board decided to include the municipality of Rizal, Your Honors. And I think the representative from the COMELEC could properly explain what happened. There's no need for us to summon the Provincial Board of Canvassers, because the Provincial Board of Canvassers will just relate or narrate the same story. And so we will be delaying the proceedings.
Please wind up, your time is up.
And I think the presumption of regularity in the function of the Commission on Elections representatives could be well taken, Your Honor, if we will just ask him to testify on this matter. Thank you so much, Your Honors.
Anybody else? Again? Wait a minute. Anybody from the Presidential Council? Attorney Larasaban.
Your Honors, I was a COMELEC provincial supervisor in the 2004 elections. When there was a problem with the PBOC of my province, I was called to explain it. The board is the proper board. The PBOC are the qualified individuals to explain this. If we have other people explain it, they were not there. They cannot fully explain to the board because they will only be relaying information given to them. What is one day to clear this matter? The rules specifically say that if there is a discrepancy between the electronically transmitted results as with the manual, then the board can be called. Again, what is 24 hours? And the National Board of Canvassers can proceed to canvass other COCs while deferring this one. The proceedings of the board will not stop. So it's up to the NBOC, Your Honor. Just my manifestation.
Attorney Larasaban. Okay, so Senator Ejercito.
Mr. Chairman, due to the apparent discrepancy of the said COC, no, I move to defer the admission and also require the PBOC to appear within 24 hours according to the rules of Canvass, Rule 7 of the Rules of Canvass. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion, but can I make a little amendment to the motion that instead of deferring, let's just suspend. Use the term suspend. Attorney JV, Senator JV, suspend so that anytime they are available tomorrow, we can take the matter up. So we just suspend, okay? So the motion is to suspend the canvassing of the COCs coming from the province of Laguna until such time that the members of the Provincial Board of Canvassers have appeared before us and have explained to our satisfaction the discrepancies that we ourselves have noticed. That is the motion. So within 24 hours. Is there any objection? Okay, hearing none, the motion is carried. COMELEC, who is present, Commissioner Lim and the Executive Director Tolentino are hereby directed to inform the members of the Laguna Provincial Board of Canvassers to be here tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and be ready, be prepared to explain the discrepancies which we all saw. Okay. Thank you. So, have we resealed the? No, have we put the all of the documents back to their original envelopes, brown envelopes. And I will direct now the printed copy of the electronically transmitted COC to be placed inside the same ballot box, okay? And then that ballot box be sealed with self-locking seals. Yeah.
For the record, the ballot box for Laguna,
Nakabukas kasi siya. Pirmahan niyo po, sir, tsaka kayo niyo. Statement of votes, everything. For the record. For the record.
For the record, the envelope containing the statement of votes for the province of Laguna is being resealed with canvas seal number 045.
Pareho po, lahat po yan. This is the corrected. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Apo.
Ito nabuksan din.
Yes po, apo. Binuksan din po yan. Dinisplay po yan lahat. Nandito na po. Dito po lang sa electronic design.
Asan ang bukas mo sa gilid?
Dito po sa gilid. Dito po sa harapan. Dito po sa gilid.
We are also resealing the corrected statement of votes by city and municipality, consisting of three, that's not, only one envelope. For the record, you are now closing the ballot box.
We We are sealing this ballot box with 3 plastic metal seals: COMELEC 0014403, COMELEC 0014402, and COMELEC 0014401.
Can we now proceed to consider the COC of the City of Pasay?
This is a ballot box bearing the marking COC-005 Pasig City. It has one COMELEC seal with number 001-4392 and one padlock to open the lock. Inside of the box, there's also a COMELEC seal bearing the number 0479088. Inside the box are brown envelopes, one purportedly containing a certificate of canvass for president with paper seal number 0225-100, and another brown envelope with paper seal number 0225-101 purportedly containing certificate of canvass for vice president. Dito sir, nandito sir. Meron. The envelope has signatures of the BI, but the paper seals do not bear any signatures. The envelope with paper seal number 0225-100 bears a certificate of canvass for candidates for president. The envelope with paper seal number 0225-101 contains a certificate of canvass for candidates for vice president.
Okay.
Any comments, observations from council? Just raise your hand. Okay, there being none, and there being no objection, we shall now admit into the canvas the electronically transmitted COC from the city of Pasig, and the Secretary is now directed to read the votes of each candidate.
Certificate of Canvass, City of Pasig, for President, Po, 75,880. Rojas, 50,175. Sinieres, 141. Binay, 31,529. Defensor Santiago, 23,993. Duterte, 136,007.
Certificate of Canvass, City of Pasig, for Vice President, Marcos, 129,145. Robredo, 103,040. Trillanes, 3,661. Cayetano, 36,604. Escudero, 39,895. Honasan, 3,093.
Let's proceed now to the province of Zambales.
We now proceed to open this ballot box. It reads COC 016 Zambales, 1 padlock. Inside the ballot box is a brown envelope which has a serial number 0091 and paper sealed 0229575. We now proceed to open this sealed envelope. Inside, we find the certificate of canvass for President and certificate of canvass for Vice President.
Any comments, observations from council? Okay, there being none, there is no objection. We will now include in the canvas the electronically transmitted COC from the province of Zambales. The Secretary is directed to read the votes of each candidate.
Certificate of Canvass, Zambales. For President, Po, 132,705. Rojas, 67,366. Señeres, 202. Binay, 37,309. Defensor Santiago, 21,217. Duterte, 103,274. For Vice President, Certificate of Canvass, Zambales. Marcos, 163,760. Robredo, 103,972. Trillanes, 10,456. Cayetano, 20,163. Escudero, 49,941. Hunasan, 7,066.
Okay, let's go to the Taguig Pateros area.
Ballot box containing purported certificate of canvass from Taguig City. We're breaking the seal. COMELEC 04325559 and COMELEC 04333927 and unlock the padlock. It's open, and inside there is a brown envelope purportedly containing the certificate of canvass with serial number 0050025, paper sealed 0225601. We now proceed to break the seal and open the envelope. There's a document, states, certificate of canvass for President, district certificate of canvass Pateros for President, district certificate of canvass Pateros for Vice President, and another document, statement of votes by municipality for President. Wala na rin yung assistant na magbibili sa akin. Ikaw na magamit sa akin ng electronic.
Any comment, observation from council? None? Okay. So if there's no objection, we are now going to include in the canvas the electronically submitted COC from the Taguig Pateros District Secretary is directed now to read the votes of each candidate.
Certificate of Canvass Taguig Pateros for President, Po, 42,473. Rojas, 25,330. Sinyeres, 114. Binay, 33,454. Defensor Santiago, 16,272. Duterte, 166,834. For Vice President, Marcos, 86,270. Robredo, 41,782. Trillanes, 1,751. Cayetano, 134,608. Escudero, 166,000. Correction. Escudero, 16,615. Hunasan, 2,030.
Let's proceed to Sorsogon.
This ballot box COC 008 Sorsogon. It's being opened. We have unlocked this ballot box, and inside is a brown envelope, serial number 0074, paper sealed 02288008. We now proceed to destroy the seal, and we find document which reads Provincial Certificate of Canvass Sorsogon for President, Provincial Certificate of Canvass for Sorsogon Vice President.
Any comment, observation from council? Okay, there being none, and if there is no objection, we shall now include into the canvas the electronically submitted COC from the province of Sorsogon. The Secretary is hereby directed to announce the results.
Certificate of Canvass Sorsogon for President, Po, 143,420. Rojas, 108,068. Sinyeres, 373. Binay, 42,636. Defensor Santiago, 5,716. Duterte, 44,560. Vice President Marcos, 20,709. Robredo, 97,129. Trillanes, 3,514. Cayetano, 6,909. Escudero, 203,689. Honasan, 5,115.
Let's proceed now to the city of Las Pinas.
We are in receipt of a ballot box with marking COC-045 Las Pinas City. It is sealed with 3 plastic seals bearing the numbers 0472948, 0472947, and 0472946 with 1 padlock. We're now proceeding to break the seals and unlock the same. Inside the ballot box is another plastic seal bearing the number 0472945. The ballot box contains a brown envelope purportedly containing COC bearing the serial number 0018 with paper seal number 02252211. Inside the envelope is a set of documents with paper seal number 02252210. Among the documents is a certificate of canvass for President and a certificate of canvass for Vice President.
Partner.
Hanggang bukas tayo. Midnight tayo.
Any observation, comment from council? There being none, and there's no objection, then we will now include in the canvas the electronically transmitted COC from the city of Las Pinas. Secretary is directed to announce the results.
Certificate of canvass, City of Las Pinas, for President, Poe, 52,983. Rojas, 28,923. Senieres, 108. Binay, 17,654. Defensor Santiago, 16,589. Duterte, 104,387. For Vice President, Marcos, 97,641. Robredo, 63,456. Trillanes, 2,455. Cayetano, 30,720. Escudero, 22,899. Honasan, 2,286.
Let's now go to the province of North Cotabato.
You are in receipt of ballot box with marking COC-069 North Cotabato. With one padlock, we are now opening the same. Two padlocks. You are opening both of them. Inside is a plastic seal bearing the number 0468282. Inside the box is a brown envelope purportedly containing the COC, and it has a serial number 0036 with paper seal number 0226622. Inside the envelope are two sets of documents, one with paper seal number 0226625, the other bearing paper seal number 0226624. The document with paper seal number 0226625 is the COC for President, and the document with paper seal number 0226624 is the COC for Vice President.
Any observations, comments? There being none, and if there is no objection, we will now be including in the canvas the results reflected in the electronically submitted COC from the province of North Cotabato. Secretary is hereby directed to announce the results.
Certificate of canvass for Cotabato. For President, Poe, 35,109. Rojas, 69,490. Senieres, 196. Binay, 22,137. Defensor Santiago, 2,347. Duterte, 397,096. For Vice President, Marcos, 169,177. Robredo, 129,141. Trillanes, 11,174. Cayetano, 154,194. Escudero, 33,295. Honasan, 11,332.
City of Manila, please.
We are in receipt of a ballot box bearing the marking COC-083 Manila. It has one metal lock bearing the number 202 and plastic seals bearing the number 0472705 and 0014367. Inside the ballot box, are documents, among which are a certificate of canvass for President and a certificate of canvass for Vice President. Meron pa dito. Meron pa dito. Ito yung pouch.
Any comments, observations, objections? There being none, and there being no objection, the electronically submitted COC from the City of Manila is hereby included in the canvass, and the Secretary is directed to announce the results.
Certificate of Canvass, Manila, for President, po 180,170. Rojas, 88,047. Senieres, 366. Binay, 96,997. Defensor Santiago, 58,535. Duterte, 325,050. For Vice President, Marcos, 394,192. Robredo, 183,346. Trillanes, 8,989. Cayetano, 75,295. Escudero, 74,112. Honasan, 7,398.
Let's now canvass the province of Ilocos Sur.
You are in receipt of a ballot box bearing the marking COC-012 Ilocos Sur with one padlock. We are now opening it. Inside the ballot box is a brown envelope purportedly containing the COCs for the province of Ilocos Sur, bearing the serial number 0098 with paper seal number 0229898. Inside the envelope is a provincial certificate of canvass for candidates for president and vice president. Diba? Here. Pakihiwalay na.
Same, it matches the physically delivered matches one and then contradicts the three. Unlike kanina, where the three were supported by the physically delivered. Ito ngayon, 3 versus 2. Okay. So we make of record the situation with Ilocos Sur. Okay. We have a physically delivered provincial COC, and we have printouts of 4 electronically transmitted COCs. The physical COC corresponds exactly with one of the four, while the remaining three other printouts match with each other but contain figures different from the other printout and from the physically delivered provincial COC. That is the situation. Okay? It may look similar to the Davao del Sur, but not exactly the same. Because this time, the physically delivered provincial COC supports the minority number, the one copy, the single copy with a different figure among the four electronically submitted COCs. Okay, so you can still examine. Lawyers can examine. Please. After the lawyers are done examining, we will go to the period where the lawyers can express their observations and comments. So any comments and observations? Attorney De Lima, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sure that the noted discrepancy in this set of COCs has been duly explained before the COMELEC as the NBOC for the senatorial and party list elections. Nevertheless, following strictly the rules of this body and to be consistent with the action, the earlier action on the COC of Laguna, the best course of action here is to also summon the PBOC concerned. Thank you.
Any other comment, Attorney Larrazabal?
Your Honors, we support the manifestation of Senator-elect De Lima, and we would also like to point out that all generated COCs do not have a timestamp, and may we request that if the board, when the board will be summoned, we request that they be also asked to explain if these four documents were printed at the same time or at different times because, again, of the lack of the timestamp. But that's up to the board. That's for the board to explain to the NBOC, Your Honor.
Attorney Agra.
Magandang gabi po. We do not concur with earlier manifestations, considering that there is no discrepancy between the physically delivered COC with one of the four electronically transmitted COCs. We therefore move that no deferment be made insofar as the President is concerned, and this COC from Ilocos Sur be included in the canvas. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Although we are leading in this COC, Your Honor, just to be consistent with our earlier stand, And in view of the discrepancies observed by the parties in this case, we would like to join the request to defer or suspend the consideration of this COC until we are able to talk or call the PBOC, Your Honor. This highlights the irregularities that we had been telling about, Your Honor.
Any other? Okay, if there's no objection from the members of the joint panel, we will now suspend the canvass of the COC of Ilocos Sur and order the Provincial Board of Canvassers to appear before us also tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to explain the discrepancies or irregularities which we have noticed. So ordered. COMELEC officials who are present are requested to assist us in informing the PBOC of Ilocos Sur. Please return the documents back to into the folders where they came from. Envelopes, please, envelopes. And then back into the ballot box.
We are now resealing the envelope containing the COCs and putting into the ballot box the COCs plus the electronically generated COCs and resealing it accordingly. Ito, asan yung seal? The envelope containing the COCs is resealed with canvas seal number 049. You're also locking the ballot box and putting in plastic seals numbered 0014405, 0014406. Dito ka, dear. Pakilagay mo ito. Dito ka sa kabilang side.
We'll now proceed with the province of Rizal.
Ballot box with the marking COC-020 Rizal. We are now breaking the seal. Comelec 0479010 and plastic seal Comelec 0475768, and opening this padlock. Inside are two Comelec seals 0479005 and Comelec 0475810. Inside the ballot box is a brown envelope with serial number 0084. It's not sealed, so we now open the envelope, and the documents inside indicate certificate of canvass, Province of Rizal for President, and certificate of canvass, Province of Rizal for Vice President.
Any manifestation? There being none, the electronically transmitted result from the province of Rizal is hereby ordered to be included in the canvas, and the Secretary General concerned be directed to read the results.
Certificate of Canvas, Rizal, for President, Po, 259,998. Rojas, 134,038. Signeres, 483. Binay, 150,030. Defensor Santiago, 56,164. Duterte, 415,816.
Certificate of Canvas, Rizal, for Vice President, Marcos, 435,471. Robredo, 285,417. Trillanes, 15,396. Cayetano, 97,453. Escudero, 154,365. Honasan, 16,775.
We now proceed with the City of Mandaluyong.
We are in receipt of a ballot box bearing the marking COC-009 Mandaluyong City with 2 plastic seals bearing the numbers 0472969 and 0472970, 0472971. Inside the ballot box is a folder with the marking Certificate of Canvas for President and Vice President. The folder has these documents, COC for the City of Mandaluyong for President, also with a statement of votes. Tingnan mo nga ito. And the COC, City of Mandaluyong for Vice President, and the corresponding statement of votes. Sorry.
Okay, agreed. For Vice President, Bongbong Marcos, 73495. Lenny Robredo, 45462. Trillanes Antonio, 1344. Cayetano Alan Peter, 16235. Escudero Cheese, 13590. Gringo Nasan, 169.
So, for the lawyers.
Yela.
Ikaw na lang.
Any manifestation? There being none, the same is hereby directed to be included in the canvas and the Secretary General to read the results.
Certificate of Canvass, City of Mandaluyong, for President, Poe, 28,731. Rojas, 22,069. Sinyeres, 54. Binay, 26,330. Defensor Santiago, 11,777. Duterte, 63,860.
Certificate of Canvass, Mandaluyong, for Vice President, Marcos, 73,495. Robredo, 45,462. Trillanes, 1,344. Cayetano, 16,235. Escudero, 13,598. Honasan, 1,694.
Can we now proceed to Oriental Mindoro?
Ballot box, COC 004, Oriental Mindoro. You're breaking the luck. COMELEC number 0478924. There's a padlock inside. We open this. It's now unlocked, and inside the mail ballot box,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
we see a brown envelope, which is bearing serial number 0077 and paper sealed 02289444. We now unseal this, and inside this brown envelope is another set of documents with paper seal 02289443. And we see a document, Certificate of Canvass of Oriental Mindoro for President, and Certificate of Canvass Oriental Mindoro Vice President.
Any manifestation? There being none, the same is hereby directed to be included in the canvass and the Secretary General be directed to read the results.
Certificate of Canvass, Oriental Mindoro. For President, Poe, 104,772. Rojas, 104,554. Signeres, 197. Binay, 60,246. Defensor Santiago, 5,266. Duterte, 70,560.
Certificate of Canvass, Oriental Mindoro. For Vice President, Marcos, 71,808. Robredo, 141,410. Trillanes, 12,677. Cayetano, 21,586. Escudero, 73,393. Honasan, 10,874.
We'll now proceed with the province of Albay.
You are in receipt of a ballot box bearing the marking COC 054 with 1, 2, 3 padlocks and 1 plastic seal bearing the numbers 0478875. You are now opening the box. Inside the box, there is another lock, padlock, and a plastic seal bearing the number 0478874. Inside the ballot box is a brown envelope bearing serial number 0069 and with paper seal number 0228582. Inside the brown envelope is a set of documents with paper seal number 0228581. One of the documents is a COC for President from the province of Albay. And a COC for Vice President for the province of Albay. Tanggalin mo na siya. Yan, dalawa.
Any manifestation? Chair hears none. The same is hereby directed to be included in the canvas, and the Secretary General be directed to read the results.
Certificate of canvas, Albay, for President. Po, 221,578. Rojas, 221,778. Signeres, 599. Binay, 63,144. Defensor Santiago, 15,595. Duterte, 80,361.
Certificate of Canvas, Albay, for Vice President. Marcos, 42,324. Robredo, 380,745. Trillanes, 17,095. Cayetano, 23,713. Escudero, 117,113. Honasan, 7,434.
We'll now proceed with the City of Muntinlupa.
Ballot box with marking COC 048 Muntinlupa. We open the ballot box. with 2 padlocks. There is a Comelec Red Seal 0472997. We break it. And inside the ballot box is a brown envelope, serial number 0021, paper sealed 02253346. Let us now open this envelope. Inside, there is a certificate of canvass for President, certificate of canvass for Vice President.
Any manifestation? There being none, the same is hereby directed to be included in the canvass, and the Secretary General be directed to read the results.
Certificate of canvass, Muntinlupa, for President, Po, 44,123. Rojas, 35,651. Signeres, 83. Binay, 33,221. Defensor Santiago, 13,062. Duterte, 94,012.
Certificate of Canvass, Muntinlupa. For Vice President, Marcos, 86,252. Robredo, 68,843. Trillanes, 2,586. Cayetano, 29,225. Escudero, 26,813. Honazan, 3,879.
We'll now proceed to Italy.
This is a DHL pouch bearing the marking COC 105, Rome, Italy. Inside is a blue bag with a plastic seal, which we will now break.
Diretso mo, ayan.
Inside the blue bag is a brown envelope marked exclusively for certificate of canvas from Rome with paper seal 0129268. Inside the envelope is a COC for Italy for President. There is also a certificate of canvas for Vice President.
Any manifestation? Chair is none. The same is hereby directed to be included in the canvas, and Secretary General be directed to read the results.
Certificate of Canvas, Italy, for President, Po, 1,276. Rojas, 1,859. Signeres, 6. Binay, 322. Defensor Santiago, 1,209. Duterte, 9,249.
Certificate of Canvas, Italy. For Vice President, Marcos, 6,374. Robredo, 2,873. Trillanes, 131. Cayetano, 3,489. Escudero, 778. Honasan, 195.
We'll now go to the Dagat Islands.
This ballot box, marking COC 050 Dagat Island. Padlocks we now unlock. And open the mailbox, the ballot box. And there are documents inside. There's a brown envelope with serial number 0033. It's paper sealed 02264495. Let us open this envelope. There's a set of documents, paper sealed 02264484. We're going to break the seal. There's a document which states certificate of canvass, Dagat Islands for President, and certificate of canvass, Dagat Islands Vice President.
Any observations, comments from council?
There being none, the same is hereby directed to be included in the canvass, and the Secretary General be directed to read the results.
Certificate of canvass, Dagat Islands for President, Po 3,557, Rojas 11,935, Signeres 19, Binay 3,838, Defensor Santiago 205, Duterte 33,395.
Certificate of Canvass, Dagat Islands for Vice President, Marcos 21,825, Robredo 16,153, Trillanes 423, Cayetano 7,560, Escudero 2,660, Honasan 1,121.
We'll now proceed to the province of Apayao.
It's a ballot box with marking COC-091 Apayao with one plastic seal, COMELEC 0478785. Inside the ballot box is a brown envelope bearing the serial number 0102 and paper serial number 0228074. Inside the brown envelope are documents, among which are a COC for the province of Apayao for President and the certificate of canvass from the province of Apayao for Vice President. Hindi magkakaiba yan. Magkaiba.
Any observation? There being none, the same is hereby directed to be included in the canvas, and the Secretary General be directed to read the results.
Certificate of Canvas, Apayao, for President, Po, 10,439. Rojas, 8,215. Señeres, 36. Binay, 22,239. Defensor Santiago, 1,529. Duterte, 7,056.
Certificate of Canvas, Apayao for Vice President, Marcos, 40,846. Robredo, 2,762. Trillanes, 566. Cayetano, 876. Escudero, 1,979. Honasan, 904.
We now proceed to Iligan City.
Ballot box, marking COC -073 Iligan City. We unlock the padlock and break the COMELEC seal 001439 and proceed to open the ballot box. This is a set of documents we are now opening, and there's a certificate of canvas, Lanao del Norte, Iligan City, for President. There is this certificate of canvas, Lanao del Norte, Iligan City, for Vice President.
Check.
Any manifestation? Chair here is none. The same is hereby that, I'm sorry?
Your Honors, can we kindly ask if we can announce, I've seen on the board, but I cannot, my eyesight is not that good, if the NBOC can provide a running total of the votes, just a summary.
At the end of the day, we will be ordering the Secretary General to prepare a summary for the day and for us to be given a copy for our signature.
Thank you very much, Your Honors.
So, there being no manifestation, I move, the same is hereby directed to be included in the canvass, and the Secretary General be directed to read the results.
Certificate of Canvass, Iligan City. For President, Poe, 12,464. Rojas, 16,618. Signeres, 41. Binay, 4,331. Defensor Santiago, 1,047. Duterte, 85,901.
Certificate of Canvass, Iligan City. For Vice President, Marcos, 29,847. Robredo, 27,166. Trillanes, 1,621. Cayetano, 46,243. Escudero, 11,271. Honasan, 1,808.
Now proceed to Camarines Norte.
Ballot box with marking COC-017 Camarines Norte with plastic seals numbered 0478884 and 0478883 and one padlock. Please open. Inside the ballot box, there is also a plastic seal bearing the number 0478882. Inside the ballot box is a brown envelope bearing serial number 0070 and with paper seal number 0228643. The brown envelope contains a set of documents with paper seal number 0228641. Among the documents is a certificate of canvass for the province of Camarines Norte for President, and a certificate of canvass for Vice President. yata yung may problema eh. Sa akin na naman yung may problema. Davao del Norte.
Observations? There being none, the same is hereby directed to be included in the canvas, and the Secretary General will be directed to read the results.
Certificate of Canvas Camarines Norte. For President, Po, 114,239. Rojas, 64,444. Señeres, 233. Binay, 18,555. Defensor Santiago, 4,308. Duterte, 40,000.
Certificate of Canvas, Camarines Norte. For Vice President, Marcos, 25,899. Robredo, 132,757. Trillanes, 5,405. Cayetano, 9,405. Escudero, 60,208. Honasan, 3,182.
Now proceed to the province of Benguet.
This ballot box with marking COC-71 Benguet, we break the seal COMELEC 019463 and COMELEC number 019465 and open the padlock. Inside the ballot box, there is an envelope with serial number 0103. Copy for the Congress. That is the fifth copy for the Congress directed to the President of the Senate. Let us open this envelope with serial number 1574. Sealed with the tape, so let's open this. Second copy for the formula. This is serial number 157 brown envelope. Paper sealed 022301. Let us open this. In this brown envelope, serial number 0103, paper sealed 02281144, we see the certificate of canvass for Benguet for President, certificate of canvass Benguet for Vice President.
Observations? There being none, the same is hereby directed to be included in the canvass, and the Secretary General be directed to read the results.
Certificate of canvass Benguet for President po 54,543, Rojas 39,374, Sinieres 167, Binay 13,437, Defensor Santiago 27,648, Duterte 30,948.
Certificate of canvass Benguet for Vice President Marcos 95,927, Robredo 33,413, Trillanes 5,675, Cayetano 7,326, Escudero 17,275, Honasan 2,893.
Now proceed to Davao del Norte.
Ballot box with marking COC-056 Davao del Norte with paper seal plastic seal number 0014363 and 0014373. Please open. With one padlock. The inside of the ballot box also bears a plastic seal with the number 0477767. Inside the ballot box is an envelope bearing serial number 0040 and paper seal number 0226800. Inside the envelope are documents with paper seal number 0226799. This is a document, certificate of canvass from Davao del Norte for President and certificate of canvass from Davao del Norte for Vice President.
Ipapamove ko dapat yun. Kaya nga. Ano yung isa? Laguna, tsaka ano yung
the situation in Davao del Norte.
Okay. Insofar as the certificate of canvass for Davao del Norte, the certificate of canvass manually transmitted here from the Senate is the same as the electronically transmitted with regard to the two copies, two of the three copies, and the third copy is different from the rest. That's the situation right now. So we shall be having the same manifestation coming from the lawyers that we will require the Provincial Board of Canvassers to appear and to explain the discrepancy.
Members of the panel are still examining the documents.
What's the discrepancy?
One of the transmitted transmitted. This is generated here.
Yes.
We will just say Kasi 2 out of 3. For the record. But we will follow the...
It appearing that there is a discrepancy between the electronically transmitted and the manually transmitted, then as what we have done in Ilocos Sur and Laguna, then we will suspend consideration of the canvas of the said COC and require the Provincial Board of Canvasser again of the province of Davao del Norte tomorrow at 2 o'clock to appear to explain the discrepancy. In the meantime, yes,
just a manifestation, Your Honors.
Go ahead.
For candidate Duterte, we would like to move that such COC be included in the canvas, considering that there is no discrepancy between the physically transmitted COC and 2 of the 3 electronically transmitted COCs, Your Honors. And therefore, again, we like to request that no deferment or even a suspension be made insofar as the Davao del Norte COC is concerned, Your Honors.
And we note the manifestation, but just the same, we are suspending the canvas of the consideration of the COC, and as we have stated a while ago, to direct the COMELEC, the appearance of the Provincial Board of Canvasser of the said province to appear by tomorrow, 2 o'clock, so that they can explain to the board the discrepancy.
Your Honor, please.
The Honorable Makalintang.
In the
only for purposes of recording your manifestation.
In the most remote possibility that the chairman of the Board of Canvassers of Davao del Norte would not be available tomorrow because of the distance, could we just agree that we request the representative of the COMELEC, one of the commissioners, Your Honor, a high-ranking official, higher than the PBOC chairman, if he could possibly explain, because we could take judicial notice of what transpired at the COMELEC level during the canvass of the votes for the senatorial candidates, where these matters were also taken up, Your Honors.
We'll take up the suggestion of the distinguished Attorney Makalintal at the proper time.
Yes,
should there be a necessity of doing so. But in the meantime, may we direct the Secretary General to again put inside the ballot box the documents found therein together with the electronically transmitted COC and reseal the same.
This is the judicial.
This is what happened before the others that deferred because lahat doon walang time stamp. Wala.
Ito meron. This is the, what is this? This is the, the COC.
Generated, manually generated.
Manually. This one. Ito yung dinala dito.
Ito siya, yung iba, walang time stamp kasi that's why we need. Yung iba kasi pareho, di ba? Tatlong document. All signed, walang time stamp. We need to know, was it done at one go or done separately, di ba? Bakit may discrepancy?
Pero ang bottom line niya, ito pareho.
Apo.
Tama?
Apo. But ang problema lang po is, bakit yung ibang document?
No, I understand.
Ito yung magkapatid.
But sasabihin ng COMELEC tomorrow, this is the official one. Yan ang sasabihin na tomorrow.
But sir, they would have to explain us.
No, I agree.
They have to explain.
If this same thing occurred in the Senate, and I know, same thing occurred in the House.
Ito rin ang kinagawa. For the senators.
For the senators, we went through this. Yeah, no,
In the meantime,
I'm just saying that we have to answer. Okay.
ko magkapareho itong dalawa. Ito. Yan, ganyan. Ganyan. Okay lang.
Ito, sorry, okay, this one.
A long time eh.
No. Nag-generate dito. Okay. So dito talaga. Set. May question na nga. Oh, ganyan. But, kasi this one is generated. This is generated by here, di ba? Right. So you call the board. May discrepancy. Sorry, I'm not supposed to. You're supposed to explain the discrepancy between this one and the other document. But this one is generated here by the CCS here. So the board. How does the board know?
Because this is now the physical manifestation of what they said.
About
Yes. So let them just explain the numbers. What na yung paper? Okay, sige. Yes, sir. Ganyan. Yes, sir. I think as I said, sir, one last thing. This data were generated here. Yeah. But if they were generated only once it's here, kapag there will be some discrepancies, especially in the voters report. Because these are different files. There were 3 transmissions. There are 3 transmissions.
The board will just explain that.
Mamaya tomorrow if necessary, we can print the files one by one. Print the file, receive a certain time, print. So now we can now distinguish. Ngayon kasi ayaw nilang markahan kasi naka-marking. But if that's necessary, we can do it. To find out the truth, okay? Okay, then thank you. Boss, okay na.
We have returned the copies of the COC and the electronically generated COC inside the ballot box, and we are resealing them with plastic seals number 0014404, 0014409. We have also put on a padlock. Tapos yung seal. And canvas seal number 050.
And finally, for tonight, Misamis Occidental.
We'll now open this ballot box. COC 046 Misamis Occidental. Comelec Seal 001437. Comelec Seal 001437. And a padlock. Comelec 011204. There is a COMELEC plastic seal 00143881. We now break this plastic seal and open the ballot box. Inside is a brown envelope with serial number 0048 and paper seal number 02274142. We'll now proceed to open this sealed envelope. The document inside reads, Certificate of Canvass, Misamis Occidental for President. And Certificate of Canvass, Misamis Occidental for Vice President.
Any observation? There being none, the same is hereby included in the canvas.
Your Honor, would just like to manifest that it seems that there were 48 COCs canvassed today by the NBOC.
That's correct.
And this is a very good development because it's a very fast proceedings as compared to previously in 2010. So it's a
Hindi pa na. We're just finishing with the manifestation so that the Secretary General will be able to will you allow first the Secretary General
yes, sir. I'll wait after.
To announce the result?
Certificate of Canvass, Misamis Occidental for President. Po, 18,616. Rojas, 137,015. Señeres, 182. Binay, 8,785. Defensor Santiago, 1,658. Duterte, 109,812.
Certificate of Canvas, Misamis Occidental. Marcos, 36,912. Robredo, 143,402. Trillanes, 3,548. Cayetano, 52,107. Escudero, 17,408. Honasan, 2,838.
Yes, the Honorable Larisabal may proceed with this manifestation.
Yes, we'd like to manifest, Your Honor, that 45 COCs were canvassed today and 3 were canvassed but suspended pending the appearance of the PBOC, the Board of Canvassers. So we'd like to manifest, as compared to previous elections, this is a very fast proceedings, and we believe that the proceedings will end much earlier compared to 2010. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Attorney Garcia.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Last manifestation for today. Your Honor, we found it disturbing that after canvassing 45 COCs, excluding 3, we found out that there were 623,179 undervotes, Your Honor, meaning unaccounted undervotes, Your Honor. That's totaling all the votes cast for the Vice President vis-a-vis the votes cast by the voters. It would appear that such number is discovered from the COCs, Your Honor, 623,179. That is just for the record, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
With due respect to the counsel for Mr. Marcos, I think the manifestation regarding the magnitude of the number of undervotes, Your Honors, should not alarm the people, because there are, of course, millions of people who did not vote for Vice President. Hindi naman lahat ay bumoboto ng Vice President. And undervotes is not an indication of any irregularity. As a matter of fact, a lot of decisions have already been rendered by the Commission on Elections and sustained by the Supreme Court that undervotes is not a sign of any irregularity. I refer to the case of Matay versus Castelo, where this undervotes doctrine had already been clarified. Kaya yung taong bayan, wag po kayong matatakot, wag po kayong mag-aala-ala, wag po kayong matatakot doon sa sinasabi ng Camp ni Marcos tungkol sa undervote, sapagkat talagang nangyayari yan sa halalan. Maraming po salamat.
Before we suspend the proceeding for the day, we would like to direct the Secretary General concerned to generate the summary tally for the day, and to provide the chairman, the chairpersons, together with the members of the panel, with a copy of the same, as well as the lawyers, and to make available copies of the same to interested parties.
So I'd like to thank everyone for your cooperation for today. And as the chair of the Senate panel, I'm very proud to state for the record that the Senate panel is still present 100% at this late stage of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, Congressman, okay ka na?
Likewise, we'd like to state for the record that the presence of the Honorable Bello and Andaya, Rodriguez Rubus, Kimbo, and Barsagan, like to thank them for their patience and time and devotion to their duties.
And for the information of everyone, our canvassing work will be Monday to Friday, and we start at 2 p.m. with no ending time stated. No? So we start at 2 up to Sawa, or up to how physically possible. No? Okay, so we suspend for today, So, until 2 p.m. tomorrow, May 26. Okay? Same venue. Thank you very much. Good night.
Part of the House, the proceeding is suspended.
Kumahal.